This is part 2 of the Sinder document. If you've made it this far, I don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life, to be honest with you. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I'm just so invested in this drama. I am never doing anything of this scale ever again. Once we're finished with the entirety of the Sinder document, we're done, and I'm never doing videos as long as this ever again. Reason being is, one, I have an upcoming job that I'm finally getting, which is gonna definitely change the upload schedule and everything. And two, fucking 9-hour videos are extreme, or like anything beyond that is extreme. So I did it this time because I was really invested in the Cinder drama, and I think we can still get through all of the document. But once we're done with this, like, that's it. So without further ado, let's just keep going. The breakdown section. Nanolith, Shy Lily, and almost a dozen of my friends planned the documents about me. It took them 2 days to decide to cancel me. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and sometimes somehow I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they had already determined I was guilty of. When I first started this document, I thought my friends all lied about me, Red, and Nano to protect her and hurt me. I couldn't understand why, but as things came together, I was no longer convinced that was the case. It didn't make sense for all my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all of their lies back to one place. At the start of this document, I said I was convinced there were two people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation. Shy Lily lied to Nanolith about her own actions towards me, which is true, by the way. Shy Lily did lie about that. And Bao also is not a very credible person either. Speaking of which, as of the time of me recording this, Bao has her own controversy about, like, saying that, like, men are bad or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. I saw it all over Twitter. Bao is, like, getting, like, a lot of shit on Twitter. It didn't really seem that interesting, but again, I don't think Bao is a particularly good person. Telling Nanolith she was being manipulated when she wasn't. Under the excuse of manipulation that Shy Lily gave to her, I believe Nanolith lied to everyone about her experience with Red and I to avoid accountability for her own actions. With Shy Lily supporting her, they lied to my friends, and they lied to you. I believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they expected to be manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened and were convinced to see things the way that they weren't. I don't know why the fuck it keeps auto-scrolling. That's so annoying. Like, stop doing that! All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years. When the timeline for the things those accusations were based on was really only 5 to 8 months long, leading to my cancellation on June 26, 2025. They were operating under a different set of information than me, and they used what they already knew to jump to conclusions. They may have also been manipulated to not contact me or Red to our sides of the story because it contradicted what was being told to them. In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanolith, Bao, Shy Lily, and my other friends who were involved. I used their own words and all the evidence in the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claims, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did. Yep, and this is every screenshot color code, and speculations are pink. Who was involved before anything was public? Nanolith. Nanolith was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point for all the claims that followed. She posted the first document. Shy Lily. She was the first person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from the start. Bao. Red's messages to Nano about Bao were the heart of the claims. She was included as soon as she was able to start her surgery. She posted her documents minutes after Nano. Numi. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shy Lily's knowledge of my private DMs with her and about the concert. She also gave a list of people who were involved on her stream on June 28, 2025. The other three girly pops. I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help corroborate things the rest of them talked about. Jesus Christ. Buff Pup and the other three Vici Band? Is that how you say that? Vici Band members Numi said that Buff and the other 3 Vici band members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream from July 22nd, 2025, she basically said she and a lot of other people were involved in before things were made public. The VOD of the stream was made private within a week or 2 of it happening. Sacramore. Bao's video editor, Sac, and his document written... had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too. Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. I don't have evidence of anyone else being included on the list, although there's more people I suspect to have been at least aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves. I do not believe anyone else who was mentioned in Nano's document were involved at all in the planning of anything beforehand, including Cotton, Silverveil, and Spite. As Nano's document states, their names were censored in it because none of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted. Cotton tweeted one of Nano's screenshots with her name uncensored about 2 hours after her document was posted. And Silverveil and Spite posted their own documents with Nano's screenshots about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's, respectively. Note, any of the names that are censored were censored because the creator in question did not provide consent to have their name revealed by the time he posting this document. The 17-day timeline from April 11th, 2025 to April 28th, 2025. This is the timeline of what happened, starting with Red's messages to Nano about Shy Lily on April 11th, and ending with Shy Lily's stream on April 28th. April 11th, 2025, Red saw Nano working on a mono for Shy Lily on her stream and messaged her about it. Yep, we already read that from earlier in the document. April 12th, 2025, Red messaged Nano about Shy Lily again and talked about her behavior towards me recently. This was the last time Nano messaged either one of us. Yep, okay, we got that too. April 14th, 2025 and April 15th, 2025, Nano showed Shy Lily the things Red said about her. She was the first person Nano spoke to about it. Shy Lily told Nano Red was manipulating her, leading to Nano leaking more of their DMs. Shy Lily told her to contact the people affected her, about the people affected, including Bao. Shy Lily said the screenshots Nano showed her were from a few days ago when she saw them. She said this was what started it all. Speculation. Whether Nano decided to show Shy Lily more of her messages with Red herself, or Shy Lily actually asked if Red ever said anything about anyone else, I can't say for certain, but I can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her messages Nano showed to Shy Lily is also unknown. Shy Lily convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, and manipulated. Shy Lily could have also instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with Red and I, who she warned would continue to lie and manipulate her if she didn't. April 15th, 2025. I messaged Bosca since I hadn't heard from Shy Lily directly in weeks. He implied she'd be too busy to plan anything with me anytime soon. I messaged Nano for the last time asking her to come on my stream again. She never replied. Akira, Nano's new manager, messaged Red about Nano parting ways with us due to her artistic burnout. April 16th, 2025, Red messaged Akira again for more clarification about what was happening with Nano. April 18th, 2025, Nano did not message Bao. Shy Lily did instead, telling her they needed to talk. Bao told Shy Lily she wasn't in the right headspace and to wait until after her surgery. However, it was rescheduled for Monday. Which was April 21st, 2025. They did not talk until after Bao recovered from surgery. Speculation. Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Shy Lily suggested, but apparently didn't. Shy Lily was the one to reach out to Bao to tell her this information. Why? April 21st, 2025 to April 23rd, 2025. Sometime between these dates when... I have to highlight so I can follow. When my other friends first mentioned were informed and got involved with what was happening, a few of them had plans to go to Ren Fair between the 18th and the 20th. Red and I were originally supposed to go too, but had to cancel because of family plans for Easter. I don't think Shy Lily would have told any of them about this while on their trip between these dates. The last message from any of my friends was from Numi in our DMs on the night of the 21st. It was uncharacteristically short. Hi Numi, I hope you've been feeling okay lately. I see you've been tweeting about your asthma. I want to see how you are. I hope Ren Fair was fun too. Thank you, Sinder. Slowly just getting back into breathing normally again. On our stream on July 22nd, 2025, with the Fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like, you gotta go do that and we'll be here to support it. The way Buff said this implies that my friends all knew about what happened because the person who was affected, Bao, was even involved because of her surgery. A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. Isn't talking about saying something publicly, because right after, Buff said they asked the person what they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. April 21st, 2025. I sent my last message to Shy Lily about whatever was going on between us. She never replied. We saw that. Red sent a final message to Akira Nano about Nano, screenshots in Nano's section. Bao underwent her surgery and started recovery during this time. April 23rd, 2025. Bao finally talked with Shy Lily about what was going on, and they made a group chat to gather evidence, corroborate stories, and plan their documents together. Bao's editor, Sakurmore, was involved sometime after this, most likely by her. Bao's document said, I found out about this less than 48 hours ago at the time it was posted on the night of the 25th PST, and Lily said this was 5 days before her stream on the 28th. Speculation. It's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too. April 25th in, I guess, Pacific Standard Time, and April 26th in Eastern Standard Time. Nano's, Bao's, and Sakurmore's documents were posted within the same 23-minute span. Nano's at 1:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Bao's just 6 minutes later, and Sakurmore's within 17 minutes after that. Sometime during this, Red and I sent separate messages to Nano that were soon deleted, followed by her blocking us. Speculation. Their documents were posted together in the middle of the same of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when they happened. I wouldn't have had a chance to do or say anything to anyone before their narrative about me was widespread, out of Shy Lily's fear of me manipulating my way out of it. Yeah, I feel that. It's kind of conniving when you see people plan their documents out like this in such a way where they know you won't have time to respond. They want to control the narrative first. It's very scummy. Like, I know what that's like. You know, my accuser got away with it and now is like Twitch partner and got like tons of opportunities as a result of the allegations. It's very pathetic. Shortly before Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite were contacted about their inclusion and possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evidenced by their names being still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted, but Cotton tweeting one of Nano's uncensored document screenshots just 2 hours after. And Silver and Spite's documents were posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too, and was with their own names uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shy Lily, just like Bao was. I had a fight and falling out with Red before 3:29 a.m. EST, which led me to firing him at 4:24 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Screenshots in Red's section. Yep, I think we saw that already. The documents and statements posted by the others throughout April 26th and 27th weren't pre-planned alongside Nano's and Bao's and Sakurmore's, so I won't list them here. April 27th, 2025. I posted my apology at 4:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bao replied to my apology with her own post at 5:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shy Lily replied directly to my apology at 6:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then Bao streamed that night to talk about everything. April 28th, 2025. You want to know what's funny? Before we continue any further, I think what's really hilarious is in our very first video, we saw, like, the fucking stream where, like, Bao was just, like, performatively crying about the entire situation. I think I think this further adds proof to that. Like, we already knew it was performative, but the fact that she planned it out before further adds to the fact that Bao, it was, like, super performative about her crying on stream. Like, it was not real crying whatsoever. It was fucking crocodile-ass tears. Because she had all that time to grieve, quote-unquote, if anything truly bad happened. And then she went on stream to start crying about it. And this just goes to show how performative a lot of these fuckers are. April 28th, 2025. Buck Pup had her stream. Shy Lily had her stream. Numi had her stream. Everyone else streamed their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. Nano's new manager, which this is just speculation on Cinder's part. So, Nano's manager, Akira. The first thing that needs to be addressed is Nano's new manager, whose messages were shown at the end of Nano's section. Who is Akira and how did they get involved? It's very hard to believe they were ever actually Nano's manager, so how are they even connected and how they get in contact with Red? Akira is a game director of Kernel Hearts and the founder of a game studio, Emfera Games in Argentina. Not to mention, by the way, a lot of their messages are AI generated. I guess it makes sense why the messages are AI generated, because maybe they, like, had trouble speaking English. I don't know. It's possible. So yeah, there's their Twitter profile. Cool stuff. Yep. Akira follows Nanolist, but nowhere on their page does it say anything about Nanolist. Nano does not follow Akira, and nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They've never interacted on Twitter either. Yeah, wow. Incredible stuff. There's Nanolist, there's the husband. Mio, Nano's husband, who's always acted as her manager, is present on Nano's bio. Yeah, so that probably was just... I think she just wanted to, like, have somebody, like, step in for her or some shit. I don't know. Momo is the lead artist of Akira's upcoming game, Kernel Hearts, and is also from Argentina. Momo is also close friends with Nano, who she saw IRL on May 2nd, 2025, 5 days after I posted my apology on April 27th, 2025, a week after Nano posted her document. I don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection I could find between them. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Red had said to her. Yeah, which is very unprofessional. You shouldn't do that as, like, a VTuber artist or whatever. In November 2023, it was Nano's friends who told her that it was unfair for Nano to only work with us. This is something Nano was confused about, not something Red said to her. Yep. In January 2025, Nano went to her friends for advice about exclusivity when talking business with Red. In a private conversation on November 28, 2024, that wasn't shown in Nano's section. Nano was being shown to be leaking private artwork she was working on for my upcoming debut to her friend. Wow. Very professional. Very professional to be doing that sort of thing to other people and your clients. Very professional, Nano. Again, Nano, we've already established that Nanolist is not a good person whatsoever. Like, you should avoid Nanolist like the plague. After speaking to Red about, Shy Lily about Red, could Nano have gone to her friend Momo, who connected her with Akira to play the role as her new manager to Red? Akira was someone Red and I didn't know, and now we know Red's conversation with him wasn't genuine. Evident by what happened after, but also the fact that Nano removed evidence of her ever being in the chat to begin with. She then made Red the group leader before leaving. To leave a Discord group you own, you need to manually choose someone to be the leader. She did not choose her manager Akira in this chat supposedly about her commissions. She chose Red to make it look like it was his group call all along, and that she was never a part of it, because their actual goal was to separate us from Nano altogether. So why was this done, and why do I think this was only after Nano spoke to Shy Lily? Nano avoided ever communicating directly with either Red or I, again, after April 12th, 2025, and I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. Everything started when Shy Lily told Nano the things that Red said about her were all lies and manipulation. Wouldn't it be likely that at some point Shy Lily would suggest or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated? Nano then needed to find someone neither Red or I knew to separate us. Since she couldn't do it herself, the same way she couldn't contact Bao herself and Shy Lily had to do it for her. Alright. Nano's message screenshots, time zone and context. Before going over Nano's document, we discovered that some of Nano's screenshots are dated in 2 different time zones relative to Eastern Standard Time. Some 1 hour ahead and some 2 hours ahead. For her screenshots to show this, Nano's account would have been physically logged in 2 different time zones, and when taking them sometime between April 12th, 2025 and April 26th, 2025, Nano would have had no reason to have those screenshots from conversations years and years apart earlier were already taken before Red spoke to her on April 12th, 2025, and must have had at least some during the same time her conversation with Shy Lily just days later to show. This is the first screenshot shown in Nano's document about the exclusivity deal. The first message is timestamped at 8:29 p.m. This is Nano's message in Red's DMs, shown as 6:29 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time. Nano's screenshot is 2 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time. I'm not going to read any of Nanolys's DMs. We've already read this before. This is one of the screenshots about Shy Lily and Nano's document. The first message shows 10:16 p.m. Yep. We're not reading the rest of the fucking screenshots because we've already read those. Here's the message in Red's DM showing 9:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nano's screenshot is only 1 hour ahead. If Nano was the one who took all her own screenshots herself, and in the same 2-week span, from April 12th, 2025 and April 26th, 2025, this discrepancy shouldn't even exist. This shows Nano likely wasn't even acting alone when taking screenshots of her own DMs that were shown in her document. Here is a list of the dates and topics of the screenshots that appear in Nano's document, and the time difference to Eastern Standard Time. I've also listed which conversations were shown in full and which are missing context in her document. Oh, okay, these are all, like, all the stuff that she's highlighted is just all the missing context. We already know all of this, so I'm going to skip all of this. This is just all the missing context. We don't need to read this. We're just going to skip past that. The full context of what happened in Red and Nano's DMs would have been shown in Nano's guilt and Red's innocence. Yeah. Well, no, not exactly with Red's innocence. Just to be clear, I've already talked about this in the last document, but Red is not entirely in the clear here. I think Red fucking broke a lot of boundaries from Cinder's end and kept things from her personally, and, like, kept information from her, and, like, Red was not particularly the greatest. Not to say that that makes Nanolys good. Nanolys is definitely, I would say, the biggest culprit in this entire situation, but Red is not entirely in the clear, just to be clear about that. Breaking down Nano's document. Nano's story in her document was the basis of any information from how anyone else involved being made public with her DMs was the source of many of the claims made. How else could anyone come out publicly and use Nano's messages with my manager as evidence unless she was a victim herself? Nano lied to my friends and lied to the public, saying that what was presented in her document was what truly happened. Let's go through Nano's document piece by piece. Do I need to read this? Like, hello, I wanna yada yada yada. Like, I feel like we've already debunked most of this, right? Hold on, I'm gonna pause the recording and, like, look ahead to see how much we need to read, because I feel like this is already stuff we've read. Okay, I cheated. We're cheating a little bit. I know I said I'd read every single document of the Cinder pages or whatever, but I cheated a little bit. We're not doing the breakdown section. We are skipping past that. And the reason why we're skipping past it is I skimmed through all of it to see if there was anything worth talking about. And there may have been like 1 or 2 things worth talking about, but even then, I say that tentatively, because the majority of it is just shit we've already read in the document. We've already read about Bao. We've already read about Nanolys. We've already read about all these things. And then it was about, like, how Shy Lily gained, like, growth out of canceling Cinder, which is probably true. Because unfortunately there is a huge incentive to cancel people online. You can gain a platform out of doing it. And just, it is what it is, right? Like, Like, yeah, I mean, I just, I think it's just a lot of it's very repetitive. It's the same thing that we've read over and over again. So I skip past it. I don't think it's worth wasting your guys' time going through that. I'd rather just get through the stuff that's important. So we're skipping to the Silver Veil section. Silver Veil is basically, she is the person that I guess like Cinder looked up to and was like really interested in building a relationship with, but Silver didn't reciprocate, and Silver wasn't really a huge fan of them. And that's really it. So, yeah, this is 217 pages. Oh, dear fucking lord. All right. Silver Veil. Silver Veil's document for reference. Yep. This is her statement. Silver Veil and I have never been friends. There were 3 reasons I tried to make some kind of connection with her throughout the years. I have been endlessly compared to and harassed about similarities to Silver Veil that ate at my insecurities ever since I started my VTubing career. These comments weren't true, but I believe Silver Veil bought into them and disliked me for it. If Silver Veil and I could clear things up, be on good terms, and both of us would be able to publicly acknowledge each other, it would have helped to end the harassment both of us were getting for so long. Any creative or business endeavors Silver Veil and I did together could have been very successful and benefited us both. I've gotten countless requests and from fans asking to do this. Red had lots of ideas of potential things we could have done. I was always open to working together with her. So, not for nothing, Cinder. I don't know if this is the intention that you're writing this with, but when you say stuff like this, we could have done collabs together. We could have done this that could have benefited us both. This sounds really entitled. Like, not for nothing, but you come across as extraordinarily entitled. Silver Veil doesn't have to work with you if she doesn't want to work with you. Right? Like, adding this in the document, you may not be intending for it to come across that way, because for the most part, I think Cinder's credibility is pretty good. Like, she's only lied about stuff that she was scared of getting canceled for, but she hasn't really lied about anything else from what I've seen. And it just feels like adding this into the document really could turn people off to anyone who's actually paying attention to the story. Like, that could really be, like, that could really fuck you up. I don't know. So I wouldn't have added that part in, personally. I genuinely sought a friendship with someone I was repeatedly told was very similar to me in our personalities, likes, and interests. Silver Veil was never obliged to do any of these things, and I never felt that she was. I just wanted to get along. For so long, I held out hope that we could talk things out, but she showed me through her own behavior how she really felt about me due to no actions of my own. My pursuit to fix things between us turned to mixed feelings, and after she repeatedly gave me a reason to, I grew to resent Silver Veil by the summer of 2024. Which, again, I guess is valid. You can feel resentment or feel upset without it affecting her directly. You know, it's one thing to not like her. It's another thing to feel entitled that she needs to work with you. Those are 2 different things. So that's a little bit sussy-wussy, but the never-ending harassment for copying her and other circumstances around her didn't help. In the times I confided in my friends about their experiences, my experiences with Silver, they'd all agree with me and tell me about their own stories about her. It was Silver Veil's dislike of me and her actions towards me throughout the years that informed mine and Red's opinion on Shy Lily and her feelings about me before I was canceled. Silver wouldn't acknowledge me by name when I rated her, ghosted my messages for months, got her model from Nanolist at a very suspicious time, a similar petty pattern of behavior without any communication. Here are some of the things I said about Silver Veil in my apology. We're not going to read that because we've already seen the apology. I was overly apologetic because of the severity of the moment. I chose not to go into detail about any of my interactions with Silver, and even said there wasn't any between us when there was. I felt awful about the feelings I had about her, calling myself unapologetically evil when I wasn't. I did not sabotage Silver Veil. I agreed to ask Nano to not to work with her on models anymore where Silver lost nothing. And I apologized for the opportunities I took from her when there really wasn't any. In doing so, I gave Silver Veil the ability to fill in the gaps in the story however she wanted. Despite apologizing to her for evils far beyond what I've ever actually done, it didn't stop Silver Veil from confidently lying about me when she finally had the chance. Silver Veil said she wanted her community to be fully informed about everything, so below is my full experience with and around Silvervale, ending with a breakdown of her document and a showcase of all the lies she told on her stream. Throughout the start of the timeline, I'll place the screenshots of Red's retelling of events to Nano from May 2023 to show that he wasn't lying to her. They're highlighted with a blue border like his commentary. What? Oh, for Red's commentary. I was about to say, are you referring to Silvervale as a he? I thought, okay, no. I was confused about that. That conversation is also included below, just like it was in Nano's section of this document. Yep, so here's all the color codes. Accusations of copying Silvervale. I have been accused, compared, and harassed for years by people thinking I copied everything about Silvervale, including my personality, voice, and even my laugh. I was never going to address this publicly, but I'm taking this opportunity to lay everything out and show that I didn't copy her. Yep, there's the quote, and then in blue, this is here. There's more instances like that, but Silver refuses to acknowledge. Yeah, we already read that from the Nanolist DM, I believe. Okay. Before November 2020, what I knew about Silvervale was as much as I knew about the only other Western VTubers at the time. Almost nothing. I knew who... Okay, hold on. I knew who she was, but I didn't watch her content. It was only after VShojo debuted and Silver rebranded did I start following her. November 15, 2020, my original VTuber concept based on my ASMR persona was finished, and I was waiting to work with the artist Red and I contacted to design my character in December. I was originally going to be a Cherry Blossom Wolf Girl. November 24th, 2020, VShojo was announced. This was Silvervale's original design and description on VShojo's website. Cool. There's Silvervale. Yep, she's like a emo girl in fishnets. Wow, look at that. The same day, Red emailed the artist that was designing my character that we're changing our plans. Red references Silver's design above in his message. In my apology, I said... Yep, there's the quote, and then here's Red's email. Hey, blank, so we have an update for you. We have a change of plans. So we've recently been seeing a lot of new VTubers with a cherry blossom aesthetic popping up. We didn't mind much that it was a overdone concept because we had confidence in our following to rise among the crowd. However, a new VTuber agency called VShojo was announced today. With talents like Blank, Silvervale, etc., now it turns out Silvervale's concept, not that you can tell her character design, is she is a Okami spirit, Sakura spirit with a ton of the same traits Tashi just happens to have. Here's the link. If you scroll down to talents and click on her, you can read it. Here's the link. Now seeing this new company, and I know it's a long shot right now, we wouldn't want to have the samey or exact traits as any of their talents in hopes of one day joining. Gotta think for the long term. So where am I going with this? All afternoon, we've been stressing about what to do. We have a character design. We have a backstory. We're working with an artist. How can we switch things up now? So we came up with a really good idea that's kind of a 180. A cute hellhound girl who was kicked out of hell for being too sweet and kind. We know it's a huge departure from what we gave you. We're sorry. We don't know if the fiery bondagey, I can only say bondagey because we like the idea of chains and spikes and bracers and a collar. Ooh, a little bit of Hellraiser kinky sadomasochism action going on here. Is something you have experience drawing, or if it's even something you'd agree to help us with. So we understand if you want to drop off the project with us. This is very last minute, but we fell in love with the idea of a wolfy girl with animated fire on her design, and we haven't seen or found a VTuber concept like this anywhere yet, lol. We'd like to know your thoughts on this if you're still willing to accept our commission. We can submit a new application for Tashi with the new design in mind if you're interested. We'd still request starting with you in December. We're really excited about this, almost like a fire was ignited, and we'd be so thankful for your help. Sorry again for the last-minute overhaul. Thank you so much, from Redacted. Silvervale had her re-debut stream to reveal her new model and Sakura Wolf design later that same night on November 24th, 2020. Yep, and then here's a link to the video, Silvervale's Twitch archive. VShojo debuted, and Silver rebranded as a Cherry Blossom Wolf Girl. So to avoid copying her, and so we could stand out, we did basically the opposite of that design. Oh, yeah. We already read this. Yeah. I think this was from either the Nanolist or... I think it was Nanolist's DMs again, yeah. December 8th, 2020. The details for Cinder's character were finished, and it shows all of this. The Cinder being the Helltown VTuber persona of Tashi. So this is essentially what all of this is this is just proof that this wasn't necessarily like a ripoff. And even if it was like inspiration or a ripoff or whatever, I really don't care. There's no idea that's original in art. Like, no idea is original whatsoever. So, like, it really doesn't matter. The original name we had in mind was Ember, but we thought it was too generic. Red came up with the name Cinder by combining Sin and Cinder. Sin relating to hell and Cinder to fire, which made Cinder the Hellhound, which I kind of like the wordplay aspect of it. It had nothing to do with sounding like silver. The name Embers was going to be reused for my fan base, but we scrapped it and didn't have a fan name until much later. Personality. You can see from my original character sheet from November 15, 2020 above, and Silver's description on the VShoujo website that Silver and I inherently share a lot of personality traits. Art tag. Hashtag Cinderdoodle came from it sounding like Snickerdoodle. Relating to my love of sweets, but also to drawings of me. It was intended to be used for my own artwork. I'll show below too. Cinder's Doodles. The other idea was Sindra, like Drashi, but I didn't like the way it sounded. Our choice had nothing to do with Silver's art tag being Doodlevale. Design. Below is the document where all of the references were given to the artist to design Cinder. None of them are Silvervale. Cinder's bangs are based off of my IRL hair. Cool. There's all of this. Yep. And then we got like this design. I actually kind of like this design. Cinder, not going to lie, this concept I think would have fucked if you went with this. You know, this would have been like really fucking cool. Then there was this from, I don't know where. There's more of that. There's more concept art. More concept art. Cool. December 16th, 2020. My design was finished. I've never held changing my original design from a Sakura Wolf to a Hellhound against Cinder. I was thankful for it. Or Silver. I was thankful for it, since Cinder was a much better idea than what I had before, and it's what led to me calling her an inspiration soon after this. Finished Cinder reference sheet. Hi. At first, all the emails scared me. I thought I messed up big XD. But I'm glad it was just about the text edits. Fixed it all and put all the files here. Why would you write XD in a fucking email? Like, if you're trying to be professional, like... Bro, if I wrote XD to one of my college professors or a job that I was applying for, bro, they'd be fucking discarding that immediately. They would think I'm too immature. Then again, the fucking VTuber spaces are all, like, you all are, like, extremely... A lot of these, like, online communities have a lot of immaturity in them. And it's very weird because, like, I feel like it needs to be studied where people get famous and they just, like, stop becoming... Like, they stop trying to mature because they're constantly hanging around spheres that are more immature than them, and it's, like, an endless, vicious cycle. Fix it all, put all the files here, blank. Please note the HD files should belong only to you and the artist that will create her live 2D model. And as expected, the ones on post folder are okay to share on your social media. Would we be able to use a black silhouette on the first drawing in a YouTube video to advertise the new accounts? Yes, you can use a black silhouette to advertise with a fucking, I guess, cat emoticon or whatever. Thank you for asking. Hope you like how the final reference turned out and enjoy your new character. Good luck with your journey. Wish both you big luck. More emoticons in a fucking email, by the way. Bro, I'm telling you, if I did emoticons in like a job email, I'd get my ass whooped. Or I wouldn't even like, I'd just be disregarded. And thanks for trusting me to create something so important. I'm truly honored. Another emoticon. There's more concept art for Cinder. Jeez. Referencing Silvervale. When my character design was finished, I then needed to get stream assets. Red and I looked over all of the popular VTuber credits at the time to find artists we liked who we could work with. That included Silvervale's. There's a handful of things that I reference from Silver throughout the years that aren't included in the document, such as emotes and 3D models. December 20th, 2020, we liked Silver's chibi art on her Twitch panels and her stream alerts. Red messaged the same artist that made hers for exactly those things, citing Silver as a reference. He got to know this artist and then blamed our friend. They were the only artist in the VTubing space we really knew at the start of 2021 and happened to be mutual friends with Silvervale. Blank. Hey, Blank, my girlfriend and I are talking to a bunch of artists right now for her VTuber debut next spring. We're both totally in love with your work. We found you through Silvervale's credits. I know your commissions are closed right now, but I want to ask if you'll know when/if they'll be open again. We'd be super happy to work with you, and we can send you our character's reference sheet if you'd like to see if you're interested. Thank you. Hey, I feel super honored. Thank you. I would love to know what you guys would be interested in so I can tell if I'm able to accept your commission anytime soon. Hey again, long day, lol. We're really glad you like Sinder. We really like the Twitch panels and alert box messages you made for Silver and would love something like those. We were also looking around for stream overlays, although we're shopping around for those right now. Ha ha ha. Alright, okay, we're fine. Fan art of Silvervale. After I had character design, I had planned to draw a series of fan artwork of myself with different VTubers I liked, looked up to, or were an inspiration to me in some way, and post them using my hashtag Sinder Doodle tag. I had 4 planned, started 3, but only ever finished 1. I chose to draw Silvervale first because I thought our designs looked the best next to each other. I was going to draw Fruit because she was an inspiration and reference I used for my design, and Bao because she was one of my first inspirations to get into VTubing aside from HoloMyth. In my apology, I said, yep, we don't need to read that. There's what Red said to, I guess, Nanolis or someone else. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, okay. January 15, 2021. I posted a picture of my artwork I was working on. I drew it on paper, scanned it, and then finished it on my tablet laptop. Yep. January 31st, 2021. I posted the finished art. I called Silver an inspiration because she inspired Cinder's creation. Without her rebranding into a Sakura wolf, Cinder wouldn't exist. I used hashtag Cindervale because I thought it was cute in the way it put our names together with the way the art went. Me saying maybe we'd be part of the same pack was about my ambition to be part of VShojo at the time, the big new Western VTuber group. After it was posted, Silver's mom saw my art, liked it, retweeted it, and commented on it. This image is from the Wayback Machine and archived from the same date since the original tweet was deleted. I don't know why this would even have a snapshot in the Wayback Machine at all, or why the page is in German. I had under 5,000 followers at the time. The only reason I have this post's link to even find it on the Wayback Machine is because Silvervale did, and she showed it to her stream on this day. Interesting. Okay. February 1st, 2021. By the next morning, Silver's mom had deleted her comment, unliked my tweet, and unretweeted it. Red messaged our artist mutual friend and told them what happened and asked if I did something wrong. I had no way of contacting Silver or her mom to ask them directly, so Red brought it up to them thinking they might know. They point out the hashtag Cindervale tag as the problem. I came from the cosplay community and I know what a ship tag is. VTubers have art tags, meme tags, general tags, and more. I did not intend for the tag to come across as a ship tag with someone I haven't even met, and it was stupid of me to not even thought of it. I deleted the tweet right after and never used the hashtag Cindervale again. Red's DMs with the artist, blank. Okay, something weird just happened. Last night, Silvervale's mom retweeted and replied to Cinder's chibi art, and now the reply was deleted and the retweet is gone. Did she do something wrong? I'm not completely sure why you would ask me about it, but it might be because the ship tag of Cindervale, perhaps. I would feel uncomfortable myself if some VTuber that I don't know at all would create a ship tag of me and them, but to be honest, I'm just assuming here. Sorry that I can't help. Oh, my bad. Just bringing it up for conversation. I guess we didn't realize about the ship tag thing. Sorry to bother you with that. It's no big deal. Don't worry. I was just surprised. Well, anyways, I hope your day is going well, blank. Thank you, Red. I hope yours is too, with a cat emoticon. Later that day, Silver messaged me directly, and I completely understood where she was coming from. I made a mistake, and I was so upset with myself that this was my first interaction with her. My DMs with Silvervale. Hi, I've been really busy the past week, so I didn't really have a chance to reach out, but I loved your art. I just had a little bit of a concern with the forced ship tag. I just feel like it was a little off-putting and put a bad taste considering we don't really know each other yet. I hope you understand. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't intend for it to come across that way. I sincerely apologize for upsetting you, and I hope you can forgive me. I deleted the post earlier this afternoon after thinking about the tag, like you said. I'll repost it in the future without it. Again, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to start off on the wrong foot with you. Yeah, Blank told me that your manager had messaged her asking why my mom retweeted it and deleted it after that. Thank you for understanding. No problem, Silver. Thank you for reaching out. Red's DMs with her after I spoke out. Oh my gosh, Silver ended up messaging Sinder. Yeah, I talked a bit with her, and I'm glad the two could figure it out. You didn't need to do that, Blank, but I really appreciate it. You're awesome. I was literally sweating bullets. Cinder's still really worried about it. I told her I think it's going to be all right. She's just upset that this is her first impression Silver has of her. Oh, it's okay. I'm sure it's fine. Cinder apologized and removed the post, so Silver is fine again. She was stressed out about how to approach too, so you see, we all just humans after all. Damn, it's the Daft Punk album. And I'm glad everything was cleared up. Thank you for reaching out to her, Blank. I think you helped out both parties with the situation. I'm glad I could help. I'm sure it wasn't Cinder's intention, so I wouldn't want Silver to think of you in a bad way or anything. February 5th, 2021. I reposted my artwork and rewrote part of my tweet. Silver's fan art was the only one I ever did because I felt anxious and discouraged by how this situation played out. Besides replying to her tweets, this was my last and only interaction with Silvervale until late 2022. Almost 2 years later, people have used the fact that I called Silver an inspiration in this tweet as evidence for me copying her. The demon design, November 16th, 2021. Since some people think that my demon design was a way to copy Silver's design, Goddess design, and Red later made the comparison to Nano in their DMs, I wanted to show the timeline from here. This was when I first brought the idea to Nano. The idea came from seeing Fruit's evil alternate design a year earlier in December of 2020, and I knew I wanted to have a similar outfit since then. Okay. So, December 2nd, 2021. Silvervale revealed her goddess design for the first time. December 13th, 2021. My demon design started. This is more DMs with Nanolist. We're going to skip Nanolist's DMs. February 27th, 2022. The original unused demon design was finished. It was later updated and made into a new model that debuted in 2023. My first model debut, June 25th, 2022. I debuted my first model after over a year of trying to get it done. I was finally able to use and show off my model by Nano, which was the third one she ever made. But the first one she made after I had her taught by another artist to cut layers correctly for live 2D. I was harassed for allegedly copying everything about Silvervale. My model was also directly compared to her original L2D model as looking too much alike, being used as proof that I must have copied her. By Red's account, Silvervale was lurking in my chat sometime during my debut stream while he was modding. She was gifted, what the fuck? She was gifted sub while all there, but she never said anything. She never followed me on Twitch or Twitter or never acknowledged me after. So there's that. Yep. Silvervale. Account created, only previously subbed for 2 months because of that. She had only ever been like lurking in chats during modding. I think she was lurking. Probably what wound up happening was maybe Cinder got like raided and she was lurking but never chose to follow because I guess Silvervale was not interested in being friends and she obviously like wasn't. June 30th, 2022. Starting a few days after my debut, Silver started to advertise her big, brand new model being worked on. I'm not going to lie, big, brand new model. I thought she was going to say something else. My Gooner brain was about to go off the charts there. All right. July 9th, 2022. God, 2022 was such a shit year for me. Jeez. Not great. Not the fondest times for yield iconismus. July 30th, 2022. Unfortunately, her model wasn't going to be ready for her birthday, so sometime in July, she decided to get a replacement model. She asked Nanolist just weeks after my debut. Nano was not a well-known model artist back then. I was her third model she ever made, and I had her trained on how to cut her art for L2D. By July 30th, 2022, Nano already had Silver's model fully drawn. Red sent me this copy-pasted message from Silver in her server. I responded with great because we both knew that if Nano was making her a new model, I was going to be accused of copying her again. Copied post message. So, as I've explicitly said many times on stream, my Sakura Goddess model won't be done for an undetermined amount of time due to the delay with my artist and the sheer complexity and detail in my model, since I always want the best for you. But I still wanted something special and new for my birthday and anniversary and have some new eye candy for you all to enjoy. So there might be something new coming soon. Art looks pretty familiar. Great. Nice. August 2nd, 2022, Silver tweeted she was going to review plushie collections on stream. I replied with my plushie collection, hoping she'd see it. It was another thing we both had in common, and now I was actually a VTuber. I was hopeful she'd be able to connect with her and move past all the awkward fan art situation from back in 2021. She never did this stream. It could have been for any reason that she didn't, but looking back and seeing my reply to her was the most like one, it would have been seen. I feel like she had no reason other than not wanting to acknowledge or platform me in any way by going through these replies on her stream. This matched her behavior going from me forward. I mean, that's possible, but like I don't know why you didn't like mark this under speculation. I feel like it would have been better if you had like a pink highlight, because this is definitely speculation. I don't even think Silverveil is that bad. Not to say, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I kind of forgot what was in Silverveil's document, so maybe Silverveil lied a bunch along the way, and maybe she didn't like, she's not that good, but I don't know. August 12th, 2022, I reposted my fan art for Silver's birthday, and she debuted her new model from Nanolist just a month and a half after mine. Even though I debuted my model from Nano before Silver, I was still accused of copying her, and that I got a model from Nano because she did. TwitchCon 2022. I tweeted a meme during TwitchCon weekend a little while before going to Silverveil's meet and greet. I was planning to go introduce myself to her directly since our last personal interaction was when I first made my fan art. This was an older inside joke between Red and I, and wasn't a meme going around. Boing, boing. Alright, for purposes, I gotta see this. What do we got? Okay, I looked. Just gonna edit that out. If you know, you know, I guess. I mean, it says boing, boing, so you can take a guess. At one of my impromptu meet and greets during this TwitchCon, I had someone bold enough to confront me and ask me about copying Silverveil's model and artist. I had to clarify to them that she got her model from Nano after I did. I went to Silver's meet and greet with Aru and Red. This was the first time I spoke with her directly since my DMs with her on Twitter at the start of 2021 while we were waiting in line, or right after the meet and greet. Aru suggested the idea of a K9 collab between us two and Silver. This is the image of us meeting Silver that Aru posted later that day. I did not make my own tweet about meeting Silver. Here was Silverveil's reply to Aru's tweet. This was so adorable. It was amazing meeting you both. K9 girlies. October 11th, 2022. I messaged Aru on my way home from TwitchCon if she was actually planning to ask Silverveil about the collab together, which she did. Were you still thinking about messaging Silverveil about a wolf girl chat? I'm not sure she'd really want to, but I'd love to do more with you anyways. We should plan our spooky collab when we've recovered from this week. Yes, let me message her and ask if that's okay. Yes, I agree. Let's plan something. We can wait a little bit if you're still recovering. But if you had a day/time in mind, just let me know. My schedule's pretty open right now. I know I'm pooped from this weekend, but I want to do lots with my friends still. Sounds like she would be down to play games together once her schedule clears up. Sweet, just let me know. It can be pretty flexible. The screenshot of Aru's DMs with Silver that she sent me. She never got back to Aru about this. Silver said here that a collab together would be a ton of fun. Hi, it was amazing seeing you too. I was wondering if you'd ever be down to play some games. I'll stream sometime. Totally understand if you're too busy though. Cinder and I were talking about last night how it would be fun to have a K9 night. Cinder was the hellhound that was with me at the meet and greet. That would be a ton of fun. I've been really busy lately with the con prep and stuff, but things have been calming down lately. October 16, 2022, Silver tweeted her own version of my meme last week after mine. Before I was retroactively accused of copying her again, I replied to her tweet with my own. This was not a meme format going around, and I don't know this format by any means, but the fact that this just so happened to do the same thing I did right after I went to her meet and greet without following me on Twitter and without ever acknowledging me was very off-putting. Yeah, that's understandable. We have the same brain cell. October 17, 2022, a mutual friend introduced Silver and I directly in a Minecraft server we were both part of while I was streaming. They chose to take me around and introduce me to lots of people, including Silver. I did not ask them to meet her. Outside of Silver's meet and greets at TwitchCon in 2022 and 2023, this was the only time we've spoken verbally and the only time we've interacted in a stream setting on my stream. Silvervale was not streaming. November 30th, 2022, after becoming a VTuber myself, while her in person, being introduced to a mutual friend and playing in the same Minecraft server for a while, another interest we had in common, and looking past the things she might have been doing towards me, I had built up the confidence to try reaching out to Silver again. I was able to DM her on Twitter because of my fan art situation, otherwise I would have had no way of contacting her. Her DMs are closed to people she doesn't follow, and I wasn't friends with on Discord. I refrained from messaging her almost 2 years because I didn't want it to be weird or embarrassing like our first time interaction ended up being. I didn't ask her for a collab, or using her to try to profit off of her. I asked her if she wanted to hang out in Minecraft off stream to get to know each other over a game we had both enjoyed. Silvervale never replied, and I never pushed or pressured her to. This is what I said in my apology. Yep. And then there's redacted stuff. I deleted my post, and then, yeah, Blank told me. Okay, yeah. All right, this is a new DM. Hi, Silver. I was wondering if you'd be down to hang out sometime off stream. Maybe we could play some Minecraft together. I think Bounce SMP Christmas update is coming soon, and they just released cards to everyone. I'd love to get to know you. I'm sorry I missed your message forever ago. I hope you had fun at TwitchCon. Blank messaged me letting me know you wanted to do a collab. I really prefer not to do collabs. It's nothing against you at all. I'm just more of a solo game streamer. I was really flattered that you were interested in me, though. I'm always down if you want to message on anything, though. I'm rarely on Twitter, so messaging on Discord works too if you prefer that. December 2nd, 2022. 2 days after messaging Silver, almost 2 months after TwitchCon, I thought about the collab with Silver and Aru and asked her if she ever heard from Silvervale about it. Aru never said anything about this again. I didn't ask about it again. It was okay with me that this never happened. Aru would later admit that she never actually messaged Silvervale like she said below. Hey Aru, have you heard back from Silvervale doing a collab with us? Let's message her right now. No problem, I'd love to do a collab with you either way. November 11, 2022. The first time the name Pyropup was ever brought up was from a viewer who suggested it because I didn't have a community name yet. I didn't want to choose a name yet at that point because I didn't have a mascot design. My chat really liked the name though. January 26, 2023. 2 months later, I revealed the finished design of my mascot and asked my chat for name suggestions. Its placeholder name was Little Friend. One of the names suggested was Pyropup again, and my chat ultimately chose it. Okay, 1/28/2023. I also forgot to ask if it's possible to update the text on the reference sheet. My community chose a name for the little guy. Sure, just tell me and I'll change it. Pyropup. April 12th, 2023. I messaged Nano about starting on some pose ideas. Yep, we already read the Nano stuff. April 21st, 2023 to April 22nd, 2023. I rated Silvervale and she didn't acknowledge me by name. I've rated Silver multiple times over the years, and every time she refused to say my name when anyone else I've seen, she would. After this raid, Red and I both separately messaged one of our friends about it. We confided this friend about my situation with Silvervale and Spite at WeebCon 2023 a couple of weeks before this, where they offered to they tried talking to Silver about me. As far as we know, and these were the only messages to them about Silvervale. There's that. Okay, yeah, there's the proof. I rated Silver tonight and she wouldn't say my name again. Blank. No way. It'll be okay, BB. How was stream today? It was okay. I hope you guys had fun. Cinder rated Silver again. She refused to rated Silver again and got the same rushed response with no name call out. She hates her. Cinder told me. What the fuck? 0 days without nonsense. Just had a call with Silver. I didn't ask her yet. I saw the message you deleted, by the way, I think, asking Silver. I'll ask her when I think the time is right. It's been a bit since her and I called, so we were just catching up on life. No worries, Blank. Thank you for the update, of course. All right. April 26, 2023, ironically, like 2 years before Cinder was canceled. One of my friends and I had a conversation about Silvervale leaving VShojo, which led me to open up to them talking about my experience with them. There are gaps in the screenshots where irrelevant things were being talked about. I also want to point out that the emote reaction about being genuine friends wasn't there before, and this friend deleted one message from theirs from an unshown part of this conversation. Interesting. Okay, so I guess retroactively they did that, maybe? Alright. Cinder, did you hear VShojo news? Yeah, we're all screaming, bruh. Not gonna lie, Silver was oversharing. Crazy shit for real, though. Yeah, it's wild. I didn't think Blank and Silver would be the first to leave. I can't believe she said some people just aren't who you think they are. She was throwing so much shade. And Blank, girl, I gagged. That was too far. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure she hates me anyway. But that's another can of worms. I'm so glad us and our friends are actually genuine friends. Yeah, I always thought you comment and I always saw you comment and her never reply. Same, I love and appreciate you more than you will ever know, Blank. It's so much deeper than that. I just want to be friends with everybody. I love you, Blank, and the rest of the group so much. Honestly, I feel like you and Lily get so much undeserved hate from anyone I know. You breathed. It started all because I drew fan art of her. Why would you get hated for that? And I wasn't even really a fan at the time. I just liked her theming. Blank, it's a long story. I mean, you kind of were a fan, Cinder. You were trying to network a little bit. You've tried several times over the years. Of like trying to network. You've tried. So you were a little bit of a fan. Blank, it's a long story. The whole time I was at the airport with Blank, and Red and I were talking about it with her. I just don't get why there's so much hate. I interact with Blank sometimes, but I know Silver hates me, and probably Blank by association, and I think Blank too. The whole internet, and most likely Silver, think I copied her brand, design, and personality. Honestly, I think Blank just minds her own business for the most part. I don't ever see her interact with VTubers aside from Blank. And I've been acting like this the whole time, like I'm not a person with a personality. That's what I thought too. Bruh, it's just a whole series of misunderstandings that have nothing to do with Silver. It's kind of late, but I can tell you the full story sometime. But basically, I had my ASMR channel for almost a whole year before VShojo. It's the same with the Lily hate. Like, for real, I don't get it at all. Y'all are sweet. I don't think Shy Lily is that sweet, personally. I get weird vibes from Shy Lily as well. Shy Lily just strikes me as, like, a very opportunistic person. And, like, Cinder is a little bit opportunistic, but, like, I don't think Cinder is, like, a malicious person. I think Shy Lily just comes across as, like, really inauthentic. This is my ASMR character, Comfy Cherry Blossom Girl. And I was going to make her a wolf girl because I always loved wolves as my favorite animal, and my favorite game has always been Okami. So Red and I found an artist to actually design her, and then VShojo happened. And Silver rebranded to a Cherry Blossom Wolf Girl, like before she was a sexy rave girl or something. I didn't watch her, I don't know. So Red suggested we change gears since I won't be able to stand out against her. And I'd be compared to her all the time. Well, I guess Red was onto something there. So I took my Wolf Girl idea and did something completely different that I still loved, and I still get shit on. But I made fan art of me and Silver together because I thought we looked good together as opposites. And I made a mistake by saying she was an inspiration in the tweet. Like she was, but not in the same way people use that as evidence for copying. I'm so tired, blank. People got mad at that. Cinder was not derived from Silver. Bruh, blank. Sin plus Cinder equals Cinder. It's thematic and a pun. And I wasn't gonna be Ember. What the fuck? They say our designs are the same because our names are the same. They even say Silver had the Nanoless model first. Nano can only make models because she literally had to be trained to do mine. And Silver was at my debut. Never said anything. I never understood why people would assume that. Like, why would you be silly enough to spend thousands on copying a big streamer? Then 2 months later, debuts of a nano model. Bruh. Someone did that to me. I've tried a few times to reach out to her to make amends, but she wants nothing to do with me. I've rated her with a big stream a few times, and she refuses to say my name. People say we're actually super similar and would get along, but it'll never happen. When I said somebody did that to me, it was in reference to Spite, although she was never discussed here. Everything about Spite will be addressed in her section. I'm not even that upset about it. It's just a shadow over me all the time that unless try to resolve it with her directly, it'll never go away. Like Blank and Lily. It's just a lot. Only Red, Blank, and you know about this. Bro, that's how I feel. I haven't told anyone else about this in over 2 years since I started. About people too. Yeah, all we can do is just move on. Yeah, regardless, I'm sorry this happened. It's like so stupid. I have you and all of our friends. That's what I need. How grudges and shit happen over nothing. Thank you for opening up with me. I love you. I trust you, blank. I'm pretty sure Silver is working with Novel Horizons on a figure, and I'm trying to announce mine before I think she'll announce hers, just so I don't have to deal with everyone thinking I copied her again. Oh, God, do it quick. April 30th, 2023. I told Nano I was trying to get her the okay to work on my waifu cup art on stream so it'd be easier for her. And I told her how much it meant to me to have the first waifu cup with her artwork on it. Nano, I hope you're having a good weekend. The starting screen arts you made for me are so nice and I love them. I've been trying to see if it'll be okay with you to get to work on my Gamersips art on stream to make things easier for you. They might be able to have the art on a big banner for Anime Expo if done sooner. I can't wait to have the first Nano Cup. It's so special to me. Oh shit, you want a banner. Yeah, letting me work on stream would help a lot. But if not, it's possible. It's okay. I'll manage. I want to make things as easy as possible for you. And maybe if you don't want to do stream collabs yet, we can hang out while we work if you want someday. No stream. Would love to actually. Like, get used to first. Maybe we actually hate each other. Oh, wait, these are fucking... I just realized these are fucking Nanoless. I thought this was with the other artists. I was, like, fucking absent-mindedly reading this. Yeah, we could skip these. What the fuck? Skip all of this. I asked Nano to make... Yeah, whatever. You asked Nano to fucking wipe your ass. I get it. We're skipping that. There's Nanoless. I think we skipped the Nanoless. There's more Nanoless. Blah, blah, blah. Nanoless, 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 Nanoless. I'm a little annoyed that you keep, like, showing the same screenshots over and over again. That is partly the reason why this is 1,000 pages, is because a lot of this we've already seen. This is just more Nanoless shit. We've already read Nanoless. I'm skipping past all of this. None of this matters. Like, none of this matters. How much? How much? Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. I had to skip, like, so much of that. When Nano suggested I have Good Smile make my demon figure, they said, okay, whatever. Yeah, that's fine. It's whatever. All right, mod number 1. May 13, 2023. I had Discord and Twitch moderator applications open. One of Silver's mods applied. They were chosen because of their experience modding for another large VTuber. I'll refer to them as mod 1. Reached out to 6 applicants. 5 responded, saying they're still interested, waiting to hear from 1. All 6 are still interested. Am I going to be onboarding them as mods? Like, do they need training? They all have experience and mod for each other, for other VTubers servers already. Blank, 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 blank. Discord and Silver mod for Silvervale. I have another couple maybe I didn't reach out to if we need more. Cool. Okay. May 12th, 2023 and May 13th, 2023. I asked Nano to record a couple of lines to my lore video or my upcoming debut. I asked a lot of my friends to participate. A couple of lines I gave to them were in reference to the comments I got about Silvervale. Okay, there's more Nanolist stuff. There's Nano. Yep. July 14, 2023 to July 21st, 2023. Nano and Gamersoups were able to work incredibly hard to get my waifu cup released before Silvervales. It was important to me to have the first cup with Nano's art on it because of how much she meant to me and what it meant to me to be the first one to represent her on one. I was incredibly anxious about the harassment I get for copying Silver again if mine was released right after hers with the same artist. I was worried that my drop would be overshadowed by the first full color cup too. There's that. There's this. This was my waifu cup originally. This was what my waifu cup was supposed to look like originally, with the flame heart artwork on one side. I had the same flame heart kiss animation in my model, and I loved having it represented here. I was made to change it to avoid being too similar to Silvervale's cup. Silver's artwork was finished a long time before mine. I was at least able to use it on my desk mat, but I was still incredibly upset that it wasn't the art on my cup or shirt. This was not Silver's fault, and I never blamed her for this, but this added to my negative experiences around her. Alright, July 18th, 2023, and July 19th, 2023, okay. Red message Nano about Silver asking about a model right after my demon model debut. You skip past all the Nanolist shit. Dude, I don't know why we're showing Nanolist again. It's just so annoying. It's like, it explains why the fucking shit was like so longer than it needed to be, the document. TwitchCon 2023. October 20, 2023. So this was at Las Vegas, I believe, if my memory serves correctly. Silver and I had back-to-back meet and greets at the Mythic Talent booth at TwitchCon. When mine ended, I saw her line wasn't busy, so I hopped into it to say hi to her. The last time I tried talking to her was my Twitter message about Minecraft almost a year earlier. Another friend of ours happened to be there to see Silver too, so I waited in line for them. When I saw her, I congratulated her on her novel, Horizons figure and Starforge PC that were displayed at Mythic's booth. Told her she should be proud of all her cool things and she was doing recently, and I wished her luck on whatever she was planning to do next. Silver nodded along, thanking me, and I left. Red took a picture of me talking with her in the moment, which is not something either of us planned to do beforehand. Later in the day, I posted it on Twitter. I didn't see the harm in posting a cute picture of us together, so we were both with Mythic Talent, and everyone wanted to see us interact, show us on friendly terms so that it could stop the harassment. Right after I tweeted, Red messaged our Mythic contacts about Silvervale to do something together. Blank. Woo! The current meet and greet started a little late, so feel free to walk around, start grouping around 2-ish. Thank you, Blank. What are the chances we could talk to Silvervale while working with Sinder on something? Their MNGs being back-to-back and then sharing a lot of fans. Dude, not for nothing. Like, I'm going to just stop right here, okay? I'm going to stop right here, and the reason I'm going to stop right here is because, like, we've seen so many instances of Sinder trying to interact with Silver. Girl, I think she, like, over the years, I think she has gotten the idea that she doesn't want to interact with you, or she doesn't want to collab with you. Like, you gotta just, like, you gotta let it go. Like, I get that you're gonna get, like, people that are gonna say, like, you ripped off Silver or whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't know why you don't just clarify that immediately and then just move on from it. Like, you gotta move on from Silver. Like, you gotta have higher standards for yourself, Cinder. Like, I feel like this is a little bit, like, this is a little bit pathetic. I think pretty easy. I'll message her and ask if I can make a group chat if you want. Sounds good. And thank you guys for being awesome for Cinder today. The meet was great, and you've all been the best to work with. Thank you. We love working with you guys. So lovely meeting you both. I think meet and greet went amazing, and Cinder has the loveliest fans. Cinder had the loveliest talent management team. You guys are always so wonderful, and I'm thankful for everything you do. I'm always happy to participate in events. So if you ever want to invite me back, I'm down to do an in-person or virtual meets or anything cool you guys have planned for the future. This would be a cute idea. I would love to see our branding working together if she's down. October 23rd, 2023, Silvervale messaged me on Twitter 3 days later where she said she isn't interested in collabs but is always down if I want to message or anything though. Sometime after this message giving me the okay, I sent Silver a friend request on Discord. Yep. My messages with Silvervale. Here are all the DMs with Silver after she said to contact her on Discord. Since only a few of them have been shown, I will go over them below. Yep. Silvervale. Hi. Hi, Silver. Sorry for getting back to you late. I've been sick from TwitchCon. A lot of us got sick from the last couple of parties. I hope you had a good time at your meet and greet. It was nice to see you there. But yeah, no worries. If you don't prefer to stream together, my manager suggested something more like sponsorships, merch, music, or some kind of project. Maybe Mythic could help if needed. I'd love to chat more otherwise. No worries. It's been super hectic and busy for everyone, lol. Hope you've been feeling better. I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm not interested in transactional relationships with anyone. I hope you can understand. I completely understand. I'm finally feeling better and getting back to streaming and had a lot of Halloween stuff planned this weekend I had to miss, but gonna try and make the most of what's left of Spooky Month. I saw your new model teaser. I hope the debut goes great. I hope you're still enjoying spooky time anyways. Hoping you feel better. Ah, thank you. I was so anxious and nervous, but I think it went pretty well. I think your new design is pretty and unique. Everyone did such a good job on it, and I ended up carving a Haunter pumpkin on stream for Halloween. And then a bunch of messages that Silver just doesn't reply to because she's just not interested. So I think that should be your hint. Like, Sinder, you gotta, I don't know, man. Like, Sinder, you gotta have higher standards for yourself. If somebody's not interested, then they're not interested. You gotta take the hint and just, like, move the fuck on. Like, you gotta, like, I know that sucks, but you just gotta, like, you gotta not do that shit. October 25th, 2023, and November 3rd, 2023. Silver messaged me after accepting my friend request. This was our first and only conversation in our DMs. After turning down a collab, I brought up every other thing Red had talked about us doing together to see what she thought and to get it out of the way now. Maybe Silver just didn't want to do the stream together and would be open to doing something else. I didn't say it at the time, but I also brought these things up because of dozens of requests I'd see of fans wanting us to do something together too. I said I'd love to chat more either way, followed by I completely understand when she turned me down again. Silver never showed that message and it was cut out of her document. This was the final of 2 times I ever asked Silver if she wanted to do something together, and the first and only time I asked her if she wanted to do something professionally together. I didn't mind her saying no, and I was glad to finally be able to try to connect. While Red had other ideas of us working together, I just wanted to try fixing whatever problems she had with me, at least be on good terms. If the public saw us friendly with each other, then I believe the harassment would stop. November 15, 2023. I messaged Silver after I received her Gamer Soups merch. I supported all my model sisters, even Silvervale. This message was used in Silver's own document against me to make it seem like I was taunting her, claiming that Red and I were planning to force Nano to cancel Silver's model. I sent this before she had a conversation with Red where Nano canceled Silver's model herself. Hey Silver, I got your Gamer Soup stuff in the mail and it looks amazing. It's so cute that you have Nano's art on our merch since she's both our model mama. I hope your flavor development is going well. Can't wait to try it. They're sending me samples of mine soon. I replied to Nano's tweet showing off mine and Silver's merch the next night, too. Cool. November 17, 2023. Here are Red's DMs with Nano 2 days after my message to Silver. When Nano made the decision to remove Silvervale from her waitlist and cancel her model, the full conversation was in Nano's document of the section as well, which we're not going to read because we've already read this. Red. Only 2 minutes after I asked her what she could get rid of, she showed me she removed Silvervale's and Cotton's models from her waitlist. Then she said she was going to blame it on Mio, her manager, and her husband because she's dying with her commissions. Red. I didn't even ask Nano to cancel anyone's models. She chose to cancel Cotton and Silver's models herself. Even though I was biased against Silvervale, I had nothing against Cotton back then and didn't even say anything to Nano about her, yet she chose to cancel her model too. She said she was feeling more light, implying that she was dying with her commissions. I told her she should do what's best for herself. After Nano first showed me her new waitlist, I told Sinder she canceled Silvervale's model. She was trying to buy a new house, and that we could give her more work to help her. She was excited to do just as much as we could for Nano. Nano told me about Silver's model in July, but it was only canceled here in November. If I was the one who had Silver's model cancel, why didn't I tell her it was okay, then wait 4 months to force and manipulate Nano to cancel it? Why would Nano have been able to tell me no in July about Silvervale and then never again or about anyone else? Here's Nano canceling the model with Silver in their DMs, blaming it on Mio and her workload. This screenshot is from Silver's document. Okay, cool. So this we can read. I'm skipping all the Nanolist stuff because it doesn't matter, but we can read this because it's with Silvervale. Silver, I have to cancel the model commission. I'm sorry, my manager told me I have to cancel the most commissions possible for healthy reasons. I've been working too hard and it's been getting to me. I really apologize for this inconvenience. I was looking forward to it so much. I love your art so much and I've been so excited for a new model from you. I understand though you have to prioritize your health and take care of yourself. I hope your health improves and you feel better. Make sure to get lots of rest and relaxation. Do you know if you would be able to do it next year at all? Don't feel pressured or anything, just asking. I'm sorry, it hurts me a lot too. I just wish I could work on everything I could, but I believe I can still go for your model sometime next year. Yeah, that's okay. I know you have a ton on your plate and can't imagine how stressful it must be. Do you think you still can do the Gamer Soups tub art? Oh yeah, illustrations are okay. Red didn't ask or make Nano cancel Silver's model. Image from Silver's document. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but Sinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time she and Redacted were actively working to take that the potential for more away. This is what Red told Nano and May, working with Silver. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're not working. Yeah. So this pretty much, all of this just debunks Silver's narrative about trying to take away Nanolist from her. And even if it was true, like, it really doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things, even if it was true. I that's how very little I care about all of this drama. I wouldn't care even if it was true. And here's Nano in her public Discord saying, the very next day on November 18th, saying she's healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove Silver and Cotton from her commission waitlist. Had to take some action about my commission waitlist, but I'm healthier and less stressed. Another day later, on the 19th, when Red and Nano were talking again, Red commented on Silver finding another model artist. Yep, okay, we're going to skip these because it's more redacted and Nanolist stuff. Yep, we've already read that. But here, Nano's reaction on April 26, 2025 to finding out my message to Silver and the image of how it was portrayed in Silver's document. Nano would have known exactly what happened with Silver's model. I literally can't believe this, but Nanolist is a liar, obviously. Nanolist cannot be trusted with, like, any of her narrative, because Nanolist basically lied about everything. December 6, 2023, I messaged Silver about her VTuber Award nomination. Hi, Silver, congrats on, and good luck on your VTuber Award nomination. Blank is putting on a bunch of fun events and nominees leading up and during the show. I hope to see you there. February 16, 2024. I messaged Silver to congratulate her on her new model she debuted. When I went to her stream to support her, my messages weren't sending. I didn't know what the problem was at the time, but came to find out later that I was restricted in her chat, meaning all my messages were held for review and only visible to her and her mods. This was only in 2024. That is a little sussy. I mean, at this point, though, Sinder, like, I don't even know why you're still trying to contact Silver after all these, like, it's been years at this point. You kind of come across as a bit of a parasocial simp. And yes, content creators can be parasocial with each other. So, like, I don't know why Sinder is, like, trying so hard. Like, at this point, like, Sinder just needs to, like, kind of suck it up and move on, you know? Like, you gotta, like, just deal with it as it goes. Silver's been ghosting my messages for months. She's not forced to reply to you, and that's probably a sign that you should take a hint. Like, not for nothing. But I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she just genuinely missed then. She told me she was always down if I wanted to message. When this happened, despite everything telling me not to do, I still clung on to hope that we could make amends. I wasn't oblivious to the way Silver had been treating me since I first debuted, and maybe I was too naive in thinking this way. You kind of are. And I think this is one of the bigger criticisms people can give to Sinder in this document, is the fact that she just keeps trying to contact Silver again and again and again and again and again. Like, you gotta take a hint, right? Like, I feel like if this was a guy talking to a girl over and over and over again, like, everybody would look at them as a fucking creep, right? And I'm not saying that's what Cinder's doing with the intention of trying to, like, sleep with Silver or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying it's like you're being kind of a pest. You gotta take a hint, so, Cinder. You know, if they don't want to talk to you, they don't want to talk to you. I would just, like, avoid that. There were multiple times where I thought to just straight up ask her about the problems between us so we could try and work out our differences, but I never had the courage to send that message. It might have been better. I don't know. Okay, GamerSup's flavors. April 19, 2024 to April 26, 2024. Ironically, a year before Cinder was canceled. Wow. The foreshadowing. Silver's GamerSup's flavor launched 1 week before mine. Once again, I was told I was copying her. Not just because of her flavor was out before mine, but because we both had a label drawn by Nano. This was the second time our GamerSup's launches were back-to-back. There's these. Alright, May 4th, 2024. I messaged Silver to congratulate her on her GamerSup's. I think we just saw this. It's just more of a congratulations thing. Okay. Red's conversation with mod number 1. May 7th, 2024. I had mod applications open again. Another 2 of Silvervale's mods applied after being encouraged to by mod 1. Red messaged mod number 1 for their opinion on the new applicants. They've been modding for Silver for almost 2 years alongside them. Red then asked them about being restricted in the Twitch chat a few months earlier and if there were any problems the mod team had since mod 1 were there for a long time. Mod 1 asked Red to keep their conversation private with me. I was never told these conversations Red was having or what he was told by mod number 1 over the following year until Red and I were putting this document together. I want to apologize for mod number 1 for including our messages here. I hope you understand. Hey, Blank, we're going through mod applications, and I wanted to ask you a couple. We had Blank apply, who are both also Silver's mods. So basically, can you give a rundown of what you know about them, what they do over there, etc.? So Blank has a ton of Twitch side modding and has experience there generally and has a lot of good vibes to send. He's pretty active when he's at work, even but doesn't really have the Discord access he needs at work. Blank is also really good at what he does and is super helpful accommodating for Discord users and Twitch users. Both Blank may not be around. As far as community engagement goes, they both do really good on that end. There was a third person too from Silver's that isn't a mod, and I want to emphasize this, Blank, and he's been trying to get this foot in the door for modding stuff, and I think he'd be a good pick as well. Seeing as he's kind of finding himself and really enjoying fitting into Cinder's community, and so I really can't give much higher praise to the three of them than I am. I can say, though, that I've known these guys for a good bit, and they've definitely been looking at more modding opportunities. Do you know how long they've been modding for her? And I'll look for Blank application. What do you mean by looking at more modding opportunities, like besides Silver and Cinder? Blank became mods at the time, so we're running up on 2 or more years now. And by modding opportunities, I had never meant that I encouraged them to apply, because I think they do well for Cinder. And if I remember correctly, Blank became a Twitch mod not long after Blank. Okay, cool, thank ya. And these 3 are the only ones you know that applied for Silver's side? To my knowledge, those are the only 3 I know of. One more thing. I wanted to ask, I don't know if you remember when Cinder was talking about this in the unknown text channel, but this was from Silver's chat. I guess Cinder's messages don't go through at all. I was wondering if you knew if there were problems with Cinder and Silver's moderation, like in general. Like I'd asked before considering hiring more of her longtime mods, if that's alright. Yeah, that's been an elephant in the room for me for a bit now. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but a couple of weeks I saw Cinder was monitored with chat restrictions in Silver's Twitch chat, like she can't send messages that will be sent at all. I went to inquire about it and was told not to worry. Closer to Silver's GG Soup's flavor release, one of the admin/me mods started blacklisting Cinder's emotes and stuff, and it's been a thing I can't really figure out at all. I've really only told Blank this, and I've been tried to just keep it from Cinder to avoid any potential hurt feelings and whatnot. And if I may, I'd like to further add something. I would request to keep confidential between us, or at least admins if possible. Interesting. Okay, so first of all, I didn't even know you could blacklist emotes on Twitch. I didn't even know that was a thing. I guess you could set like a bot to automatically time somebody out if they use like a Cinder emote. I don't fucking know. That's weird. I guess that's like a thing. So on Cinder's most recent mod applications, there was literally no questions regarding what we do in X situation and how to handle it. And instead, questions were like, who do you watch on Twitch/YouTube and who's your favorite streamer and do you need to mod for anyone else? Something really weird is going on over there, and I'm kind of on the brink of stepping down, trying to focus more on Cinder's community because I haven't really been able to get answers or even get the chance to ask what's really going on, if there's any middle ground solutions for whatever has gotten to Silver. That's interesting. Blank, to be honest with you, between us, Silver's always had something against Cinder, and Cinder's tried multiple times to go about mending that bridge. If there's a long-running conspiracy theory that Cinder copied her, and I think Silver bought into it, and now that Cinder's a big streamer, it really bothers her, if I had to guess. I don't know Silver at all, just from clips and stuff. Like, I know Silver deals badly with imposter syndrome and stuff, but this feels really different. Do you know if Silver ever said why she moved her streams to the morning? Did she ever say? She claimed it was for mental health reasons, if I remember correctly. So that's what we took it as. And of course, this was before she knew I modded for Cinder. Does she know you mod for her now? She does, and because I had a while back, like August or September or something, proposed we borrowed the No Memes channel for the idea from Cinder's server because we were having trouble with political and other kind of yikes discussions in the memes channel there. Damn. This is a sign that Cinder really needs to become a right-wing grifter. I mean, she's been canceled. Become a right-wing grifter. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Don't become a right-wing grifter. And the response I got was, well, I'm glad you like modding for Cinder more than me. Which at the time, I enjoy modding for both, but now one has made itself comfortable living in my head, while the other brings me some good vibes. That's pretty much why I'm weighing stepping down from Silver's server. Silver said that to you? Have you noticed her and the mods being weird or different to you since? I haven't really made any further mention, so there's nothing in particular. Okay, but just seeing all this go down and not have a clue as to why or any potential fixes for it, it's just, I don't know, man. It's been on my mind for the past few weeks, and it's not been great mentally. Yeah, the whole situation is a lot. Actually, did you happen to discuss applying for Cinder's mod applications with Blank in her server or privately? Privately, I wouldn't even try poking the bear in Silver's server. Game 3. I think Silver's mod applications open really soon after Cinder's did. I wonder if that's to replace any of her current mods that end up modding for Cinder. Not that I think it's the case, just could be a possibility considering what you've told me, especially her application question. Or to take mods that would apply for both, but only availability for one. I don't know, man. I can tell you one thing. 4 out of 5 new trial mods Silver put up are high-tier Patreon subscribers, specifically the ones that get access to like the VR chat meets and stuff, and that you didn't hear from me. Pay-to-win mod applications. Unironically, that's what a friend said to me when I was hanging out with them yesterday. But, yeah, I had to summarize things. I feel a lot happier being a part of Cinder's community right now, mostly because it isn't detrimental to my headspace currently. That, and I hate being in the middle of awkward stuff. Interesting. I wonder what that says about some of these Twitch communities. May 8th, 2024. The other two of Silver's mods who applied were accepted because of their experience and recommendation from mod number 1. Went through the mod applications. 86 blank. These two, again, I like them because they're always active in the community, have some sort of modding experience, but I don't want that dynamic changing or them getting weird about it. Possible backups if we need them. Blank, 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 blank. There were 3 from Silver Veils that I asked blank about. Here's what he said. So Blank has done a lot of Twitch modding and has a lot of experience there and generally has a lot of good vibes to send. He's pretty active and he's at work, but even doesn't really have the Discord access he needs to at work. Blank is also really good at what he does and is super helpful and accommodating for Discord users and Twitch users both. Blank may not be around. As far as community engagement goes, they both do really good on that end. There was a third person too from Silvers that isn't a mod, and I want to emphasize this. Blank, and he's been trying to get his foot in the door for modding stuff, and I think he'd be a good pick as well. Seeing as he's kind of been finding himself really enjoying fitting in Cinder's community, and I really can't give much higher praise to the three of them than I am. He also said that Blank, I have been her mods for about 2+ years, same as him. So I'm good with seeing them as they have lots of experience modding for a large VTuber and work with Blank already. Blank I'm iffy on because no experience, obviously, whatever. May 24, 2024, Silver had tweeted her own version of this emote saying hi, and I replied using my Pyropup one. Shortly after she deleted the tweet and never responded it. This was the last time I ever tried interacting with Silvervale. Fucking finally. You finally took a hint on like May 24th, 2024. You can see this was a reply to @Silvervale here. Cool. After this, I gave up holding out hope for fixing things between Silver and I. She had a problem with me for years and never wanted to address it. I would have preferred it if she told me off directly instead of being fake to my face. May 25th, 2024. The next day, Red messaged mod number 1 about the tweet. They told him that the post was shared in Silver's Discord server. Users there were wishing for a collab between us, and then all over their messages were deleted. Cinder replied to one of Silver's tweets earlier. I think Silver deleted it because of her. Oh, someone had shared the post in her sub chat, and a few people said they wished for a collab, and then an hourishly later, all the messages were gone. Redacted puts a falling down emoji. To be honest, it bums me out. May 30th, 2024. Mod number 1 messaged Red and told him that more of my emotes were getting blacklisted in Silver's chat. Just a heads up, since you wanted me to monitor things, a few of Cinder's popular emotes got blacklisted in Silver's Twitch chat. Man, yeah, the hydrate one seems to be the target. I mean, it is an emote of Cinder drinking gamer sip, so I can understand from the angle of not wanting to advertise someone else's GG code, but I don't think that was the first thought. Do Blank know about all this drama? They're aware, and they're choosing for now the route that I've gone, which is to avoid mention of it in Silver's server to keep the peace. To be honest, I don't know if Silver and the other mods/trial mods are aware of that. Blank are trial mods for Cinder. Maybe that's for the best for now. That's kind of what I felt, to be honest. I know there will be a point where ignoring the elephant in the room is going to run out of time, but for now, it's going to keep people happy, and we like happy. True and real. It'll probably be when/if they're promoted from the trial mods. Not to be that guy, but it's kind of funny that this whole thing is parallel to the Shy Lily/Blank thing. Ironic similarities and such, but two very different people at the time. Absolutely. But Shy Lily and Blank seemingly made up. Maybe someday soon. We'll see. To be honest, with the way that Silver has herself surrounded people, and as far as I can tell, not getting help to work out the imposter syndrome thing, I don't see it happening anytime in the near future. I hate talking about someone I've worked for a long time like that, but I can't really lie about it either. So many people over the years have compared the two of them, and I think that it's gotten so in her head that's there's no changing how Silver feels. Could you imagine if they worked together? They'd be an amazing duo. Truly. They could be a better duo than Daft Punk. Actually, I'm just kidding. No one can be a better duo than Daft Punk. Not even Justice, as much as they try. They're still very good, but we love the Justice guys. June 24th, 2024. Mod number 1 told Red that they suspected Silver may have canceled her stream due to my 2nd anniversary subathon, citing what she said in her announcement. They've been modding for her for about 2 years and would have been a good idea of her motivations. My actual VTuber debut is on June 25th. I don't really have a screenshot of her announcement since Red was banned from her server and I was never in Silver's server. Unsure if I can make an official connection / confirmation on this, but pretty sure Silver canceled her stream today and made it a point in her announcement to add to those that still watch me, wondering if the subathon is connected or not. Redacted makes an emote. I wouldn't have thought anything of it if it wasn't finished off with that little statement. June 25th, 2024, Red expressed concern to mod number 1 about the treatment of the mods Silver and I shared. Mod number 1 told Red that everything they've seen from Silver's side has been petty drama. This whole thing has been petty drama. Like, not for nothing. I've read more than half of this document at this point, and everything is just nothing burger petty VTuber, like the most petty terminally online slop that I have consumed ever. And I called Sinder being not as bad as everyone was making her out to be before Sinder even put a response out. Now there's more people saying Sinder is innocent. Now more people are reevaluating it. I fucking called that this would happen. I fucking said it, dude. I was right. Was I not right? Was I not right in my original Sinder coverage? Go back and watch my Sinder coverage. Dude, I'm telling you. Blank, you and the other mods haven't gotten in trouble over there, right? Not that I'm aware of. Why? I'm just wondering. I'd feel really bad if it was impacting anything for you guys. I mean, at the very least, it affirms that me moving towards stepping down from Solar Veils is the right call, because between you and me, Red, I have no respect for pettyish drama, and the whole thing comes across that way, and I'd rather continuing supporting Sinder. Ay. Mod number 1 told Red that her chatter found out that my name was blocked in her chat. So it turns out some Twitch chatters over Silver's name had picked up on Sinder being a blocked term, and one of the mods straight up said, don't answer it. Hey there, is there a special reason for the name Sinder being blocked in the stream chat? That's the newest development. The reasoning was so people don't start bullshit. Nice. Very professional response. Incredible. July 19, 2024. Another layer on this whole Silver Veil Sinder thing. I can't even fucking read what that says. I'll try to squint my eyes. And so it hides messages from other chatters. Okay, so they're just discussing in these messages. I can't see what they're saying, but essentially they're discussing the whole, like, Cinder's name being blocked in Silver Veil. All right. Redacted. That second one is interesting because of the I have told, in quotes, I have told you in private multiple times to very nicely, please leave me alone. Every aspect of my life has never happened. Blank seems to distinctively hate everything Sinder stands for to a T. It's almost white knighting. Early in that sentiment, that Sinder just copied everything Silver was and is adopted by a ton of people. So whatever resentment they have is long seated with their own explanations of evidence they've convinced themselves of. Silver herself, too. Like, I'd rather everyone just coexist to be friends. It's better for the both of them, but this hatred is one-sided. And I do think it's a lot of white knighting, because if Silver wasn't the one perpetrating the disdain towards Sinder, then none of my mods would either. Silver is threatened by Sinder because she copied her and is successful herself. Just sad to see Silver's mods completely be brainwashed like this. Blank and I are mostly agree and are on the same page. Blank doesn't really want to be taking sides, so that's why he hasn't said much. But like one of the other mods, Silver got gaslit super hard because, but like one of the other mods in Silver's got gaslighted super hard because he couldn't fix a mod pack, and Silver guilt tripped the poor guy like he had committed a felony. Oh, Jesus Christ. It sounds like Silver is not particularly great either. Like, it sounds like Silver just, like, kind of just feels a little entitled in a lot of parts of it, but is like, I don't know, man. It's like, it feels like so many VTubers and so many big Twitch streamers are just so fake for some reason. I don't know why. Like, you're encouraged to be super inauthentic for one reason or another. Messages between two of Silver's moderators, not including mod number 1, talking about how I was restricted in her Twitch chat. So you can see, so it hides the... Oh, okay, now we can read... This is basically the same screenshot here. And this is the same screenshot here. Okay, so now we can actually read these. All right. So you can still see chat, but your messages don't go through. I think you still get the message saying your chat didn't go through, but you aren't straight up banned. So it hides messages from the other chatters. Yep, just to avoid potentially unfun Twitter thread or whatever bullshit could come from a straight ban. And the sender doesn't see the messages are being blocked. They see something that's like, your message could not be sent, or something like that, which is meant the same message as when a word or a phrase is blocked or typed. That's why you'll see people reword their message if the auto mod is catching something. One of the same mods above made an apology about it, about what I can only assume is me occasionally chatting in Silver's Twitch chat and replying to her tweets, as if I was trying to take her crowd away from her. This analogy and them saying, I have told you private multiple times nicely to please leave me alone in every aspect of my life, didn't come from nowhere. It leads me to believe that what Silver had been telling her mods happened between us. As you can see by the entirety of our DMs shown, nothing even similar to this was ever once said to me by Silvervale, even after I reached out to her directly about my messages not sending in chat. Let's say you're my neighbor, and every morning on my way, you come to my car to say hello and try to draw attention towards yourself and the crowd of people that are for some reason also watching me walk to my car. I've told you in private multiple times to very nicely please leave me alone on every aspect of my life. I have never walked to your driveway. Okay, so she's obviously making an analogy here. You could criticize it for being a stupid analogy, but I think Sinder misunderstood the intention of that completely. This is just a very stupid analogy. It's like, I have told you private times to leave me alone. They didn't mean that literally, and I think Sinder mistook it for that. All right. Bit of a discrepancy on your part, but what are you gonna do? Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I'd sent you the screenshot, but blank. Okay, I imagine we're gonna read that later. Yep, it seems like we're gonna read that screenshot later. I'd be extremely curious to see what was said about her and Cinder's interactions together, because I've seen everything they've ever said to each other. Silver absolutely seems fake as fuck in the messages compared to her actions, like completely different person. Lots of ghosting Cinder, no confrontation. Here's the screenshot of mod number 1's conversation with another one of Silver's mods that they sent read. Mod number 1 is green. Okay. To be honest, I don't know anything about that, but I kind of feel like she uses me a lot, kind of begs me for my help and then ignores me otherwise. I'm a bit over it. Like, she offered me $500 to try and fix her Skyrim. I failed, so I didn't expect anything, but she made me feel like I was a fucking loser for failing. Like what? Like, can you give, an example of something she said? Can you give an example of something she did? Give an example? Bro, I'm so sorry. That's just a shit move. Oh, okay, we're just gonna over-validate everything. I mean, I guess you're there for a friend, maybe, or it's almost I guess, tantamount to, a coworker or whatever. It's not quite a coworker because it's fucking Twitch modding. It's not really a real job, but still. Yeah, it was kind of like, sorry, Silver, I've tried for 10 plus hours, I can't. Then she'd be like, oh my god, crying, help me, oh my god. Okay, so she is giving examples, okay. So I would try for another few hours, and then when I gave up, she was super guilt trippy about it. And so I ended up saying sorry 10 times to not be bad in her books. Felt ass. Crazy. Very intriguing indeed. Like this. Nothing like this happened. I gotta ask, how much of our conversation here does Cinder know? 0. I haven't told her. Interesting that I'm talking to you about this. She messaged me about being in Silver's chat earlier. Her message is still blocked, but a mod replying to something she said, in chat, so she's just confused. I'm probably gonna wait a few weeks into the new job to decide me stepping down, aka my new job's work schedule has 95% overlap with Silver streams. So if Cinder does not want more clarification on the things that I've seen, she is 1,000% welcome to DM me or sit in a voice channel. So if she so desires, if she doesn't care enough, that's also fine to leave it be. Yeah, no worries. If you want, I can relay everything we've talked about at that point. Hey, whatever is the easiest, it just have to be kept privately known because I'd rather not have half of Silver's Patreon on my ass. Half of her Patreon? Her, higher tier Patreon subs are Giga Simps. I hate saying it that way, but I genuinely don't know if there's a better way to describe it. That's understandable. An army of white knights to protect their queen status. Also, I forgot to mention that the mods who don't have Patreon subs can't see Patreon channels, so genuinely, I have no clue what goes on in, half the server. How is that modded then? The mods that have the Patreon sub mod these channels, and there's no overlap. Not even, the head mods over there. I would assume the admins would, but that's, the best answer I've got. She's literally made her biggest sims into mods and management, charging to even do the job fully. That's wild. You pretty much summed up the newest mods to a T. Gotta clock back in, though. Well, last time you told me the mod apps were blank. How much do you know? How much do you love Silver? Who are your top 10 favorite VTubers? And don't say the wrong name. Yep, that's crazy. I don't know how she maintains the audience she has. Anyways, have a good rest of your day at work, blank. Honestly, that's the thing I like about modding for Sinder. There's legit structure, and everyone gives feedback when it's needed. No, you gotta start paying to mod for Sinder. My bikini debut and Silvervale's birthday. As early as March 2024, Red and I were planning a Gamer Soups merch drop with the second waifu cup for my anniversary on June 25th. Everything wasn't going to be ready in time, so at the end of April, we pushed it back to August to launch alongside my bikini outfit debut. I wanted that debut to be between my VTuber anniversary on June 25th and my birthday on September 14th. And since my first bikini debut was in October of 2022, I actually wanted it to debut in summer this time. We planned for August 16th. At first, we were given the okay that August 16th was available for my launch, to launch my merch. Almost 2 months later, we were told we couldn't launch that day because another creator was having their own drop, and it was requested at the start of the year. It wouldn't have mattered if it was another VTuber, but since we were told it was a similar drop to ours, and for a special date, Red pieced together that it could only be Silvervale. The timing chosen for my August debut and drop we were planning had nothing to do with Silvervale or her birthday. Once Red figured out it was her who was launching something at the same time as me for the third time in a row, unintentionally throwing a wrench in things again, and after my interactions with her since TwitchCon is when I became competitive towards Silver. We doubled down trying to launch the weekend of the 16th, it not the 16th itself. That's a weird way to word that. We did eventually compromise to launch a week before on the 9th, and it wouldn't be alongside my debut. However, a couple of weeks before the release, we were told the 16th was suddenly available, so we moved my drop to that day. Silver launched her birthday merch drop with her new 3D model debut on August 13th, a day after her birthday, and I launched my merch drop alongside my bikini outfit debut on August 16th. August 14th, 2024, Silver's tweet was on the 14th, but her drop was released on the 13th. Yep, that's her tweets. August 16th, 2024. Yep. Okay, and do I have to censor this? I think we're okay. Jesus Christ. Fuck me, dude. Wow. Okay. There are two big reasons why this image is mesmerizing, to say the least. Silvervale debuted a 3D model with two separate outfits. You can see the pose, design, and theming of the two outfits in this artwork. Back in 2023, I debuted my 2.0 outfit and demon models, which were a pair to each other. You can see the pose, design, and theming of the two outfits in this artwork, the same artist as the one above. Okay, I'm definitely censoring this one. Let's edit this out. Cut that out, because you can literally see Cinder's VTuber model that is butt-ass naked. It is, that is a little too much. I don't think I can show that on YouTube, so, cut this out. Get this out. Nano's exclusivity deal and artist number 1. Like was shown in Nano's and Bao's sections, artist number 1 wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us. I believe I remember that, but there were multiple instances of wanting exclusivity, so I can't say I remember exactly which one, because this whole thing is so fucking, like, incredibly long, and there's going to be more Nanolist screenshots, so I'm likely going to skip those because we've already read them. This is where the idea to go to Nano about exclusivity came from. Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand deals from new clients, and to not make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano. I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. I don't know why I said it was a constant topic with Nano, or that Red pushed harder for this, other than being overly apologetic. Red only had any meaningful conversation about Silver with Nano in May and July of 2023, and the two situations that involved her in November of 2023 and January of 2025. I was overly apologetic here, saying we were pressuring her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silver when talking about exclusivity, which he did. The only projects Nano would have reconsidered would have been future ones. Hers and the only name Red and I discussed. As for the exclusivity with artist number 1, Red and I only agreed that we wanted to include it for their work, and we didn't talk about naming anyone to them. January 15th, 2025. This was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about this that day, or even if he had, until they had already came to an agreement without my involvement. This is everything that was said about Silver, and the full conversation is in Nano's section. Yeah, this is all Nanolist stuff. Oh, and fucking Red is repeating himself. I recognize this exact text. You had this in another chapter. Yeah, we're skipping this. We're skipping all of this. After this happened, I told Nano she wouldn't want to work with Silvervale anymore. Yep, we get that. Yep. We've read that. As shown in Nano's section of the document, Red and artist number 1 spoke about Silvervale in their own exclusivity talks on the same day. We've read this already. We're skipping that. This is all stuff we've read. We're skipping this. Artist number 2, they're talking about, like, exclusivity with Silver. We're skipping this. Nano cancels the deal. There's more Nanolist stuff. We're skipping Nanolist. Wait, is this more stuff that we need to read? Oh, okay. Yeah. This is, wait, we're going back in time. March 13, 2024. I thought we were in August of 2024 at this point. Why are we going back in time? Mod number 1 messaged Red and told him someone in her Twitch chat was banned for asking about collabing with me. Oh, wow, that's fucking crazy. Wait. Oh, this is a typo. Oh my god, there's a fucking typo in this document. It says 2024. It's meant to say 2025. The screenshots are in 2025. There's a typo. Cinder, god damn it. I mean, it's a 1,000-page document. There's probably bound to be some typos. All right, blank. So it's been fairly quiet on the drama front with Silvervale until today. A person apparently had been banned for asking about Silver, about collabing with Cinder, and they got the unban on Twitch. They opened a Discord server ticket asking about it, and it was closed without even giving them an answer. It's being played up in the Discord mod chat as a new user to Twitch who doesn't know anything about asking people about other streamers is a bad mojo. Wow, that's crazy. This whole attitude is being propelled by one of Silver's older admin/mods who hasn't done a thing until the drama began. Damn, she really propagandized her mods against Cinder. Gotta keep up the facade. The scary thing with banning someone outright, if that went public, not that I intend on doing so, but if a banned user did. Right, that's exactly what I thought. Like, not only immediate ban, but also ignoring the ticket. But also, who's gonna listen to one rando without extensive evidence? Because the don't ask about other streamers rule is a valid defense. I thought Cinder's name was banned in her chat anyways. He was using a TTS dono. Later that day, mod number 1 told Red that another of Silver's mods was rude to them just for pulling one of my V cards. Also, this little thing happened with one of Silver's Twitch mods that they saw. I got like the 10 out of box art for Cinder in the V card, so yeah. What the fuck? What happened? Just showing your V card? Or just showing your card? Yeah. And he was like, oh, you got royally screwed. To be honest, at this point, I have no reason to keep modding for Silver, since I can barely catch anything, so I'm ready to pull the trigger. Seems like she has all the mods in a psyop anyways. I have nothing against Cinder, except that Silver doesn't like her, so I don't like her. Welcome to Twitch, by the way. Or welcome to, like, a lot of the internet. It's like, oh, this person doesn't like them. I probably shouldn't like them either. It's groupthink. That's called groupthink, redacted. I hate picking sides, but, like, that community really doesn't serve a purpose to me anymore. Right, so I'm probably going to step down tonight and focus on Cinder's community and the doors that may open. Hey, man, whatever's best for you. But I think the info I've gathered just represents the pettiness in Silvervale's inner circle. Chat reflects the streamer. Very true. So green is, like, mod number 1, I believe. Okay, just an FYI, I do mod for Cinder, so the royally screwed comment is kind of yikes. I just want to clarify that. Okay, sorry, just kind of saying that for the sake of the server we were in. I get the intention, but it's enough for me treading on eggshells as is, so it kind of comes as a personal thing for me to try and keep things tame on that front. I have no animosity for Cinder in truth, but hearing about Silver's dislike for her and why I'm not fond of her that much either. Oh, that's enough for you? Jesus Christ, wow. Jesus fucking Christ. Why is everybody so petty in these spaces? Go outside. Go outside! There's a whole world out there that doesn't think like the online world does. There's a whole fucking world out there. February 20th, 2025 to March 24th, 2025. Red messaged artist number 2 in their DM separately from our chat in my project server to eventually ask them to not work with Silvervale. I was not aware of him doing this or of his messages with artist number 2 until pulling this document together. Red. Nano canceled our deal 10 days before this because of Silvervale. Out of my own dislike for her and the value I placed in this artist, I asked them if they were willing to not work with her. I didn't have a reason for not telling Cinder about this. I just didn't. This was the 4th out of 4 times total with 3 different artists I've ever asked anyone to not work for someone else, which are all presented in this document. Cool. February 20th, 2025. Hey, blank, wanted to message you about this. I know we had talked about cutting down your client list, but I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to work with someone specific again in the future. I think you've only worked with one of them once. Oh, I appreciate you bring this up separately, and maybe there's something that I didn't know about. I'd be willing to accommodate for you guys, but could you share a bit more about why? Hey, Red, I was wondering who you were referring to. Just want to be careful. Sorry, blank, I got sidetracked with something else and forgot to get back to you. It's Silvervale. I'm not home at the moment to go into detail, but I can update you when I am. Oh, she was asking for a commission not long ago. I had no idea about anything else. Please let me know when you can. Just a lot of long-standing drama, but since we consider you our top Cinder artist, I wanted to ask you to not work with her. Oof, okay. I had really no idea what happened. Hey, blank, so sorry. I've been keeping you on the waiting list. Basically, since Cinder originally debuted, she's been accused of copying her entire brand from Silvervale, which isn't true. From the start, Silver bought into this theory, and ever since had a grudge against Cinder, even though the very few times they've interacted with Cinder was her normal, kind, polite self. In the past year or so, she's been soft banned from Cinder. She has soft banned Cinder from her chat and turned all of her mods against Cinder entirely. And there is a sect of Silver's fans that vehemently hate Cinder just for existing alongside her. There's more individual things that happen, but that is the general summary. So because we consider you one of our top artists alongside Nano and Blank, and the fact that you've only done one thing for her through GS, we ask that you not work with her again if possible. Thank you for letting me know. I can't believe she has been like that to Cinder, and it seems totally unfair. If she doesn't want to look too familiar or similar, which they really don't, it's kind of weird that she would commission me to draw her, knowing that I've done many artworks for Cinder. Okay, I will keep this between us. If I had to guess, it's because you worked with Cinder for so long and she wants to have you do things to her. But yeah, the whole situation is completely unwarranted. Alright, April 4th, 2025 to April 11th, 2025. This is a couple weeks before Cinder's cancellation. Got it. I launched my AFK flavor merch, and the next week Silver drops her Pixel merch drop, making this the 4th time our Gamer Soups drops have released back-to-back. The first time was to try to release my cup ahead of hers, and they happened to be back-to-back. The second time with our flavors could be seen as a coincidence, and the third time was bad timing. For it to happen again randomly in April, separate from any of the events, was weird. Yep. Talking to artist number 1 about Silvervale. April 11, 2025, Red messaged artist number 1 if they were the ones who took IRL pictures of Silver's Pixel merch, which they were. Once again, Ren didn't tell me about this conversation he had with someone about Silvervale. On the same day, the day after, April 12th, 2025, was when Red talked to Nano about Shy Lily, another conversation he didn't tell me. For reference, here's one of the pictures Red was talking about that Silver showed her stream on April 11, 2025, but only posted on April 14, 2025. The message artist number 1 references above was their own message to Red from February 21st, 2025. The reason why this picture is relevant is because if artist number 1 had sampled merch items in their hands on this date and to take pictures, then the merch drop would have been completed and ready to launch at almost any time Silver wanted, almost 2 months beforehand. So, pixels are pretty cool. Their conversation continued with artist number 1, pointing out how mine and Silver's merch always drop back to back, leading to Red telling him the problems between her and I. Yeah, somehow you guys and Silver are always back to back, which you know. Do you guys talk to Silver at all? Maybe there's a way in the future to not duke it out in 2-week period if you can control when? Lol. Oh boy. Silver does not like Sinder. Wait, really? Why? Long time ago, far, far in a galaxy. Alright, haha, buckle up. Not the scrolling text lore drop. Ever since Sinder first came out with her design in 2021, people have been comparing her to Silver, that she copied her design. And personally, and copied her personality, her literal laugh, etc. And somewhere alongside the way, Silver must have bought into this. Cinder's tried reaching out in her DMs, and Silver was cordial at first, but then ultimately ghosted her. It's at the point that now Cinder is soft banned in her chat. The word Cinder is banned in her chat. She had mod applications and wouldn't accept mods that were fans of Cinder. The mods she has been taught to dislike Cinder because of Silver's feelings towards her, etc. Silver's deleted tweets because of Cinder replied to them. Oh. And now we're thinking there's something going on at GS where there's favoritism towards Silver, even though Cinder's the part owner now. Like, besides this sample thing we were talking about, there's more instances of things happening. But, like, Silver hates Cinder. Sorry to hear that. It's really not the vibes or the experience I had personally, but we are in different situations, though. And she's always tried to get along because doing stuff together would be super beneficial for them both. Yeah, she doesn't know her true colors much, from what I hear. From my experience, she's always been kind to me, but the communications are a bit sporadic. But I did have the opportunity to get to know her a bit better before outside of work topics, like a bit on her personal life and the backstory and stuff. Like, she used to do cosplay and compete too, so I was like, damn, she'd get along well with Cinder. But yeah. Apparently not. They're very similar people, and from the start, I said they'd get along great. Until we found out Silver had an ego. We've asked to do sponsors together with Mythic. We've asked to do merch together with GS. Yano, besides just stream collabs, and all the fans want it. But there's one person in the way of that happening. Sorry, Blank, it's a very loaded topic. 5 years in the making. Nah, you're all good. I actually really appreciate the context because I've also been wondering. Yeah, it's not something we tell a lot of people and almost everyone is unaware. And it's not like we can address any of this publicly, so this stays between us. I'm just surprised that considering what you mentioned, she's still reaching out to me despite being very closely associated with y'all, of course. I'm surprised she hasn't mentioned anything about it, but you provide a service that's beneficial to her, so... Do other content creators know the schedules of other creators' upcoming drops? Typically, no. They have a rotating internal 6-week calendar, but it doesn't show everything. Wait, if they have a rotating 6-week calendar, then that actually explains a lot. Because that would explain why you guys are dropping posts back to back. It doesn't necessarily have to be out of spite. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that there's competition between you two, but if there's a 6-week calendar, that means you guys would have roughly the same or close rotation within each other. If everybody gets the equal amount. Okay, I guess. Same, to be honest. Silver's drop was completely unknown until earlier this week, when it showed up silhouetted on the website. Do you think she'd purposely schedule hers next to yours? That'd mean she'd know in advance about yours, though. Which, well, if it was ready to go and she could launch whenever, I don't know. Gamer Soups could have said not last week, but the week after is free. I don't know if they disclose who dropped it was. Typically, they don't when we've asked. Because, yeah, to be honest, once a coincidence, 2 is a bit sus, then 3, it starts to become a pattern. Sakura Splash, Pyro Power. Silver merch, Cinder merch. Sleepy Drop, Pixel Drop. Their AFK drops were close together, too. Yeah, so that proves what I said then. Literally back to back. Now she has a promo V card with this drop, which we didn't know about. Blank. So, like I said... we think there's favoritism. There's more to it. It's just frustrating. So, like, no matter what we do, we're always competing with her, being compared to her, and people keep asking about getting along and collabing. Didn't think of the flavors, but you're right. Definitely it's pretty sus from the gamer sips, to be honest, like an external viewpoint. It feels more like Silver gets to be a part owner treatment more than Cinder. Now I feel a bit bad, to be honest. Thinking about it now, we probably didn't help when we did the blank Silver then Cinder. Oh yeah, that too. Oh, and I don't know if you've been following Blank, but she drew Silver first. Then was going to Cinder Blank, but is now working on Cinder. Just a coincidence, I think, but lol. Coincidence for a fact, yeah. Yee. She's done Silver once before a long time ago, so they already knew each other. I was the one that introduced them. Right, I'm not saying anything bad about it, it's just funny. Yeah, no worries. I personally just feel bad because I did nothing. I did bring up Silver in the past a couple times to Cinder in DMs without really being aware of the lore, and I hope it didn't make Cinder feel weird or awkward as a result, even though she didn't mention it. I wouldn't worry about it, it's whatever. Still, kinda sucks. Hypothetically, if there was a way to mend things or an opportunity to patch things up, would that be something you guys would engage with, or is that something, as you said, whatever? I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Alright, April 13, 2025 to April 14, 2025, artist number 1 messaged me in our DMs to Red to ask if Red had told me about his conversation with them in Silver 3 years, which he didn't. Red never told me about any of this himself, the same way he never told me about his conversation with Nano and Shy Lily the days earlier. His messages with Mon number 1 and artist number 2 about Silver Veil or that Bao and Cotton were part of his exclusivity deal with Nano. Yeah, that's why I don't know why you fucking took Redacted back. Maybe you wanted him to help you repair the reputation or whatever, but I don't know why you took him back as a partner. This guy is like, bro, if I had a girlfriend who was doing shady shit behind my back and she was my manager and doing this, I would have a fucking problem with it. Nah, you gotta have higher standards for yourself. Heyo, hope you're having a lovely weekend. Was wondering, did Red happen to mention our chat from Friday by any chance? I don't think so. Okay. What was it? Well, we had a brief convo around Silver and how apparently she's a bit of a sore subject and that there is a bit of history, too, for you guys. So even though he helped me not to worry about it, then it's whatever, and that I don't really know the details. I couldn't help but feel a bit bad for bringing her up to you directly a couple times in our past convos and wanted to take the time to apologize to you if I unknowingly made you feel bad, angst, or impacted you in any way by mentioning her. I didn't really feel bad at the time, but I know sometimes the simple mention of a sore subject can trigger feelings in the folks, and I'd feel bad if I made my friend feel bad, even unknowingly. So yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation. But it's okay. Okay, well, I'll keep it in mind for the future. And let me know if I can help in any way. Thanks, Blank. I appreciate it. Breaking down Silverveil's document. In the events regarding Nano, Silverveil, like my friends, only knew about what information Nano shared. I won't be adding or addressing most of the DM screenshots shown in Silver's document as they were all present in Nano's document. Thank fucking God. Thank God. And the full conversations were already shown. After going through the things Silver wrote, I'll address the many things that she claimed on her stream. Here is Silver's document for reference. I want to note that as others that though a majority of the messages are from redacted Cinder's manager, I find it impossible to believe that he acted solely on his own intentions without Cinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent in which he had represented her publicly and professionally. Silver, who wanted no personal or professional relationship with me at all, wouldn't have had any knowledge about how Red and I conducted ourselves together. She just agreed with the narrative that my other accusers decided and added to their choir of voices, pushing all the blame onto me. That is true. I am VTuber1 in the screenshots provided by Nano in her document. I've been a friend and a client of Nano for years, and seeing how she was manipulated and abused by Cinder and Red makes me so livid. Oh my God. Manipulated and abused. Those are going to be some very big words for your narrative, Silver, which, not true. It's fucking crazy. I'm pretty sure I crashed out about this in my original coverage of the situation, saying manipulated and abused by Cinder and Redacted. Oh, that's fucking funny. That's crazy. It breaks my heart to see how she was treated like a tool and a resource to be used for growth rather than a talented living person and gaslit into somehow believing that she was somehow being treated was okay. Damn, that's crazy. I mean, sometimes they got a turbulence check Nano. Nano was not manipulated, abused, or treated as a tool by Red or I in almost 4 years working together. These are Nano-less screenshots. We're not going to read them. We've already read them. One of the first screenshots Silver shows is this one. The message where Nano called the deal with Red was fair, which was not included in working with Silvervale again, is completely removed from Silver's version of the screenshot. This is something Silver did herself. Here's the same screenshot in Nano's document where the bottom is also cut off to hide what Nano said. And this is how it appears in Bao's document. Nano's message isn't cropped out because Bao had no reason to remove it. I'm so proud of Nano for having the courage to come forward to the affected people with all of this and let everyone know how they were being unknowingly sabotaged. You didn't care about that, Silver. You didn't give a fuck about that. You very clearly had resentment towards Cinder, and you have a huge weight off your shoulders that you're not having competition anymore. That's the main reason why you're happy about this coming forward. You don't give a fuck about, like, the people, like, suffering. You don't really care about that. I've spoken to her privately and want to be clear that I have no ill will or hard feelings towards Nano for her involvement in this. What do you think about the new proof that's came forward? I urge people reading this to try and understand the emotional manipulation on display and empathize with her situation, bro. If Silver has, like, a boyfriend in real life, if Silver, like, actually has, like, dated anybody, my message to those guys is just fucking run. Because if this is the kind of language she's comfortable using about just, like, normal situations that happen, and if she's so comfortable being this terminally online, just imagine, like, being around her 24/7 and how she describes things. There's a lot I could say about how disgusting I find their behavior towards other creators in general, but I want to focus on my personal experiences. No one was sabotaged because of Red or I, and Nano weren't manipulated, but Silver pushed readers to empathize with these false claims that the incomplete evidence on display. Cinder and I, discovering that all this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder, we weren't friends, and we have barely talked. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant this level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interactions, I was as cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the very few uncomfortable interactions I did have... Uncomfortable interactions? Why didn't you set boundaries then? Bro, like, reading this again is, like, so funny to me because it's like, we saw the interaction she had, and, like, it's very reasonable to be like, hey, you know, I'm not sure I'm going to do that, and, like, set boundaries, or just, like, don't respond, which you didn't respond at all for some of them. Like, what? Okay. I am fully aware of how common that attitude is, and that's just how you grow in this sphere. But I personally don't have the emotional fortitude or bandwidth to have friendships for the express purpose of growth. For the record, I also think it's fine to have that view and approach to content creation, but I also reserve the right to simply not vibe with someone. That is also true, but you're not being 100% honest in this document. I would much rather not associate with someone at all than pretend to be their friend for the purposes of growing my brand. But you pretended to be friendly with them in DMs, so that doesn't really make a lot of sense. I drew fan art of us. I asked her to hang out offline to get to know each other. I went to see her at public events. When finally given the chance to ask her, she refused any kind of business relationship. I was okay with it. I accepted it. That's what Red prioritized me pursuing. I wanted to try to be her friend, and if not friends, then at least be on good terms. Dude, this is so parasocial, Cinder. I'm sorry. Like, you know, people talk about fans being parasocial with each other, but, like, I used to stream in Twitch Spaces. It's very easy to get parasocial for other content creators, even as a content creator yourself. That can exist as well. You know, people talk about parasocial fans, but, like, parasocial content creators themselves, that's also a thing. That is true. She's absolutely correct in saying that she has the right to not vibe with someone. She was never obligated to be my friend, but instead of telling me that directly, she was completely two-faced to me. I did nothing wrong to her, and yet she still held some hatred against me for existing alongside her. The only time I actually talked to her directly was during my meet and greet at TwitchCon 2023. I had finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to the screen to meet me, and had someone else taken a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission. Only I saw it on Twitter later. What the fuck are you talking about? What? If you're at TwitchCon, if your venue is at a public event where people can walk in, and if someone takes a picture of you, like, what are you talking about? I didn't consent to it? Bro, you just have a VTuber fucking panel. Like, it's not like she's doxing your face or anything. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would you need consent for that? Like, why are you being so, like, weird and, like, fucking terminally online about this? Also, Sinder really loved meeting you guys. Yada, yada, yada. I appreciate the sentiment, but I prefer not to do collab. We read this already. Okay, cool. After the meet and greet, she told me, she contacted my manager at Mythic to ask me to collab with her. I told them I would rather not collab and accepted her friend request on Discord after turning her down. In private DM, she reached out to me and asked to do a collab and other various collab to be monetized, which I again declined. I would prioritize my mental health and my peace over any potential profit that would make me feel used transactionally and put me out of my comfort zone. What? That doesn't... Okay. If you say so, Silver. I could have messaged Silver on Twitter again. I could have friended her on Discord out of the blue. To me, both of these would have been weird considering our history. So, after being at Mythic's booth together, Red and I tried going through Mythic. You can literally see the tonal shift in Silvervale's 2 messages to Mythic after my name is brought up. She could have let Mythic tell me she wasn't interested and went about her day. She made the decision to message me on Twitter, which was never shown in her document. In her document, Silver said she told Mythic, yeah. But here's what actually happened. I'm sorry I missed your message. I hope you had fun at TwitchCon. Blank messaged me. Yep. So that, yep, cool. A lot of this we've read in the previous document. I'm gonna skip some of the Silver. I'm gonna skip some of the Silver DMs, by the way, because we've read some of these already. Silver didn't message me to tell me off, or that she wanted nothing to do with me. Like one of her mods implied, she claimed to them. She told me she was always down if she wanted, if I want to message anything. I have been in Discord servers with Silvervale for years and never once sent her a friend request because I thought it'd be really weird to. It was only after Silvervale sent me this message explicitly that would work better that I did. Silver was the first one to message me both on Twitter and on Discord. She conventionally cropped out my message. My very next message, she turned me down where I completely understood her decision, or any of the following messages I had nothing to do with monetized collabs. Okay. She didn't say anything to me in her Twitter message about the picture I had posted of us in days earlier. She could have asked me to take it down if she had a problem with us the same way she did about my fan art in the past as I would have. Okay, these are redacted messages we've read already. These 2 messages are present and out of order. These 2 messages are presented out of order in Silver's document. In Nano's document, they were presented in the correct order, and you can clearly see the timestamps on these 2 messages. I don't know why Silver deliberately chose to lay them out this way other than making Red's messages sound worse. Dude, yeah. Anytime you see someone present messages out of order in a document, immediate red flag. Unless it's necessary for context reasons. Like, unless there's, like, a very, very good reason to do it. You shouldn't present proof out of order. You have to tell a very coherent story if you want to tell the truth. But again, you know, people are very disingenuous online these days. I had a new live 2D model in the works for my birthday with Nano, which was eventually canceled. I was devastated as Nano was the one who originally asked me she could do this model because she was excited to make it with all the new things she had learned. And my birthday was special. At the time, the reason given was Nano and stress reasons, which made sense given how much was on Nano's plate. And despite my disappointment, expressed my support for her prioritizing her health. I am now aware that the actual reason for her declining to work with me on my birthday model was external pressure from Redacted and Sinder. Words cannot describe how heartbroken I was and am. You didn't care about that. You're not really heartbroken at all because you just don't care. You're probably, like, disappointed a little bit, but heartbroken? Get the fuck out of here. I highly doubt you were heartbroken. Okay, these are more Nanolist DMs. Nanolist. If Nano lied and told Silver that her model was canceled because of me, then I can't blame Silver for thinking that was the case. Nano chose to cancel Silver's model in November 2023. It was not mine or Red's fault. She never took it back like she told Red she was going to address because she was healthier and less stressed. Despite this, I don't expect Silvervale to care about what really happened to her model, since Nano's currently making her brand a new one. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Sinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. Oh yeah, this is the thing where she said, like, she thinks she was taunting her, which was not the case at all. Moving forward, Sinder and Redacted have spent years sabotaging me for no understandable reason. I've never done anything to warrant this other than just existing as Silvervale. They actively sought to get my models and art canceled based on the messages I have seen and shared above, seem to have not had any second thoughts about doing so. I didn't do anything to warrant Silver's hate of me other than existing as Sinder. True. Nano canceled Silvervale's model in 2023 herself. Nano also canceled her deal she made with Red because Silver asked her for art, meaning Silver lost out on nothing due to their agreement. Their agreement was for Nano to not work with Silver anymore, not sabotaging her, and get something she had in the works canceled. Neither of us sought to have Silver's projects canceled. Red asked one other artist not to work with her on his own, and as far as he knew, nothing was canceled because of it. It's hard to express how crushing a feeling it is to be talked about so cruelly and maliciously without my knowing, and no opportunities and friendships were taken away for what I can only assume is spite and insecurity. There is no end to the amount of anxiety I feel knowing that if these rumors were expressed to Nano, I have to assume they were expressed to others as well. I hope this document and evidence presented will convince you that I'm not the person that Sinder and Redacted tried to convince people that I am. The rumors expressed about Silvervale were true to our experiences with her. There was no reason for Red or I to lie about that. The same way that there wasn't a reason for Red to lie to Nano about my experience with Shy Lily. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that Silvervale is the person that I've shown her to be. Yeah, Silvervale doesn't seem to be a great actor in this story either. A lot of actors in this story are pretty bad. The only one who's, like, kind of okay is, like, Sinder. That's, like, the only one who's kind of okay, but there's just so many fake VTubers. Like, I'm very glad that I didn't get caught up in these spheres because, Jesus Christ, it just seems so toxic and fake. When Silvervale finally had the opportunity to talk about me on her stream, she showed her true colors to everyone. However, no one watching would have known what those colors really were. Almost everything Silver said about me on her stream was greatly exaggerated or a lie. I'm not going to watch the video. So far, Sinder has been fairly credible with the information she's shown. So I'm just going to take her... I feel comfortable taking her word on these timestamps because Sinder does, like, ooze a lot of credibility. Not so much Redacted. Silvervale has provably lied about certain things, so, you know, somebody has more credibility than the other. I'm going to lean more towards one side here. So at the timestamp here, I obviously didn't want to talk about this, but I feel like I have to. Silver didn't want to talk about this, and then goes on to egregiously lie about me. At 17 minutes, to find out that I've been systematically torn down for years. If she was, it wasn't by me or Red. At the timestamp of 1822. So yeah, I just found out about all of this like a day or so before I put my doc. Silvervale posted her document towards the end of the day on April 26th. If Silver only found out about this a day beforehand, it supports my timeline in the breakdown section of when she, Cotton, and Spite were first contacted. 19 minutes and 54 seconds. I was asked if I wanted my name to be censored, and I wanted it censored so that people wouldn't know that it was from me. But when I went back and looked at the doc or the pictures about everything that happened, I went back to my messages with her and I saw that one where she was so excited that we shared art and we shared a model, and I didn't think anything of it at all. And then I saw the fucking timestamp on it and I couldn't take it, man. It was so fucked up. It was so vile and cruel and malicious for no reason. Silver's referring to the message to her 2 days before Nano canceled her model debut in November 2023. I've already debunked this claim. My message to her was genuine. 2059 to 2150. I didn't know her. I wasn't her friend. I was just somebody that she beat down progressively over years for no reason. And I feel like that says a lot about a person. And I just really need to get it out there because it was just sitting inside of me. That's a weird way to put it. Like so much was just sitting inside of me that I was realizing was just so horrible. And I've gone through and I couldn't say anything because I thought she was really a business savvy person, you know? I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, and it's been gnawing at me, and seeing that, I felt like I had to get my side out there. As you've seen, Silvervale was not beaten down progressively over the years for no reason by me or Red, but Silvervale is implying she's had a problem with me for a long time. 22 to 21 to 22:32. I didn't talk to her. I never talked about her. Like, she was there for years talking about me. She did talk to me, more than she showed, and she did talk about me, evidenced by what her mods said about me. 22:32, 23:32. Like, I got weird vibes ever since. Like, I guess where it all started, and a lot of you probably didn't even remember this, but it struck with me. She had this fan art of me and her, and she made a ship tag at Silvervale. She's the one that came up with that art tag, and she talked about how close our designs were, and she wanted to be wolf girls together. And it was so strange because I didn't want to know this person. Like, she came out of nowhere, and the art was sweet, but I didn't retweet like that. Like, I don't want to push a ship tag. I explained above that this didn't mean to be a ship tag. Yep. We saw that already. 23:32 to 23:47. And what was really weird is, so my mom retweets a ton of art of me, and she's amazing, and I love her. And she didn't retweet that one. That's a fucking lie. She retweeted it and then deleted it. So she just straight up lied on stream about that. She didn't retweet it at all. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna skip past this because we already know that, like, Silver is full of shit there. 23:47 to 25:23. So Cinder's manager messaged Yoki. I don't know why they messaged Yoki. Maybe because they didn't want to message my mom, but they messaged Yoki asking why my mom didn't retweet the art, which is such a weird thing to do. Like, why? Like, why is that just expected? And, like, if that's being the first thing you do, like, that really shows your whole goal is just social media traction. But that's so fucked up and so shameless and strange and weird, and just really showed their hand like this is all we care about. So that was the first thing in a whole slew of things where it really just felt like this person does not care about me and is genuine, and I don't want to deal with it. It was so weird. I think the tweet got deleted and reworded and ship tag got taken out, but that really struck with me forever because it was so fucking weird. That would be an extremely weird thing to do if it's what happened, but Silvervale is lying to make me sound crazy. Red messaged Yoki because she was our only friend in this space at the time, and she was mutual friends with Silver. He didn't ask why her mom didn't retweet my art, but why she unretweeted it because there's been some kind of problem with it. Yep, we read that. I think we can skip past these. I know I'm skipping past a lot of stuff, but a lot of this is just, like, very repetitive. And I'm very tired of this document, and I kind of just want to, like... Yeah, I think we moved past, like, the VOD section. Like, this is all just, like, shit we've already seen. There's more Nanolist stuff. Yeah, so, like, Silvervale lied a lot in her VOD. Silvervale lied about a bunch of different things. She's obviously not a good actor in any of this. This doesn't make her look good at all. Yeah, I think we can honestly close the book on the Silvervale section. I think we are fine. Unless there's, like, something else I'm missing here. A pattern of behavior, speculation. Then Shy Lily did this. Okay, Shy Lily and Silvervale collabed. Yeah, okay, whatever. I think we're done with the Silvervale section. I know I'm skipping out on a lot of stuff, but, like, so we kind of, like, I think we pretty much got all the information we needed about Silvervale. Like, we know that Silvervale is a huge liar. We know that Shy Lily lied about stuff. We know that Bao lied about stuff. I think we can move on to the next section. I think we only have 2 more sections of this document, and I think we're done. Finally. Thankfully, there's nothing that's going to be over 100 pages, regarding sections anymore. So I think we're pretty much all set for the Silvervale section. Alright, we are now on the Aru section of the Sinder document. You may be wondering why we're on page 3 of 32. That is because the previous 3 pages are just reciting Aru's response to the original Sinder controversy. So I decided to skip out on that because that's all old news at this point. And we're having more Nanolist DMs here with redacted, so we're going to skip those as well, because a lot of it is just rehashing. Aru took the opportunity to speak out against me and lie, claiming that I used her as a tool to get Silvervale, and that that's all she ever was to me. I met Aru during Twitch Rivals event at September of 2022, which I believe is TwitchCon of 2022, because I'm pretty sure Twitch Rivals is around TwitchCon. And I met her in person with Red at TwitchCon the following month. Oh, okay, so the con is the following month. Oh, I guess I should have kept reading. At the con, she mentioned that she knew Silvervale while we were sitting at the V Shoujo booth. This was the first time I learned this, and I didn't notice they were mutuals like she claimed. I told her I was planning to go to her meet and greet the next day. I had nothing against Silvervale at the time, and I wasn't motivated to meet her by deep hatred like Aru claimed. I chose to invite Aru to come with me because I was so nervous to see her myself, but I was going either way. Red was with us, and he stepped away to the side when we saw Silver. While Aru, Red, and I were waiting in line, or right after the meet and greet, Aru was the one who suggested the idea of a K9 collab between us two and Silver, even though she claimed I pushed it onto her in her tweet. Since it was a verbal conversation 3 years ago, I don't have any evidence of this other than Red and I both being able to corroborate it together. So, yep, there's that. At the con, I asked Aru about the idea to see if she was serious, and she happily asked Silver about it. At the start of December, I asked Aru again about the collab to check if she'd heard anything about it. She said, "Let me message her right now," which she admitted was a lie in her tweet. Aru never said anything else about it, and I didn't ask her again. This in no way changed my friendship or view of Aru. She said by 2023, our interactions nearly stopped, but yet we continued to message each other on and off over the next 8 months. I even asked her to voice in one of my lore videos in May of 2023, and when she was hesitant about being a part of it, I reassured her I still wanted her to be. It was around that time Aru fell out of VTubing and we grew apart. The last messages in our DMs were from her asking me doing the IT escape room at TwitchCon that year. Although I never replied to her directly, us and a group of friends did plan to do the Saw escape room there that year, which was organized in a separate Discord server. I have no idea what she's talking about in her tweet when saying Cinder made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me. I would see Aru at conventions and events, and every time I've interacted with her, I always treated her as my friend. She hasn't messaged me, and I haven't messaged her. But now it's because I was always just using her to get to Silvervale. I messaged her about the collab she had the idea for twice ever, almost a year before we stopped talking. Silver had no obligation to do anything with us, and I didn't hold the fact that the collab never happened against Aru. Her suddenly thinking she'd like to come back to VTubing in the same tweet she lied about me when it was so popular to do so is extremely opportunistic. Below are the entirety of my DMs with Aru. Okay, cool. Hi Aru, you're super cute. I don't know how to talk to girls. OMG, I have a huge crush on you. I also have no idea how to talk to girls, so we can learn together. It was really nice meeting you during the tournament. It's great to be able to talk to you for more than 2 minutes now. Ah, yes. It was so hectic and chaotic, but you did such a good job keeping it together. I had so much fun too. By the way, I love your model. I also love the character you used for your ASMR videos too. The pink hair. Ah, your style sense is just chef's kiss. You're so sweet. I think your model and face is so pretty. Ah, moi moi. Are you on PST time zone, by the way? I am on Eastern Standard Time. Ah, okay. I'm on Pacific Standard Time. I hope your day is good so far. I just woke up. Ah, I feel that, Lamau. We do be on that content creator sleep schedule. Happy birthday, Cinder, on September 14th. Thank you, Aru. Cinder, would you ever play games together off stream? I don't know if you have the time, but if you would ever like to, please let me know. Of course, I've been crazy busy, but I love to when I get some free time. Hello, Cinder. How are you doing? I'm pretty good. I hope you've been well, too. I've been well. I was wondering if you'll be at TwitchCon this year. I will be, OMG. Ah, I will be too. That makes me so happy. Let's meet up. I will cry. Yes, I would love to. Ah, I'm so excited. Yes, I hope there is a VTuber meetup Will you be going to the Twitch party? I'd love to, but Twitch denied me because I was on the front page during Takeover weekend. What the fuck? You're one of the biggest VTubers on the platform? That makes no sense. That's sweet of you to say. They said I needed to wait for my growth to stabilize, but it's been pretty consistent, so I'm kind of confused. But I was able to reapply a couple days ago. So there's a chance I can still get it before the con, with how long it takes to go through the apps. I'm not expecting to hear back for another 2 months, like last time. But it's okay, because I could still meet up with everyone outside the party. I'm still going to ask my Twitch manager if there's a way to bring you in. You'll get partner in no time. I'm praying before TwitchCon. That's so kind of you to do for me, OMG. Hello, Cinder. I'm sorry if this is weird, but I'm commissioning someone to make this VTuber. I was wondering if I could make you the other person in this video. The one handing the cat ears over. It's okay, no pressure. Yes, of course you can. I'm so flattered you asked me. Hello, Cinder. For October, would you like to play Mortuary Assistant together? I think one of us can stream it to Discord. That sounds fun, but how would that work? I thought it was single player. I spoke to Blank, cause him and Blank played it, he said. Hey, so what we did was Blank played the game and streamed the game to me on Discord. I just watch her play. That's what we did. There may be easier ways to do it. I have no clue. Oh, I see. Were they both streaming? Do you know? Either way, I'd still be down to hang out on your stream with you. I'm not sure. I can ask Blank. If you want to play something else, though, we can do that too. I just thought it would be fun since it's spooky season. No problem. I haven't seen the game yet, so that works for me. I'm always down to play anything anytime, though. Oh, okay. It's really scary, and I'm awful at scary games, so I can't play it alone. I love scary games, although the jump scares usually get me every time. I'll be right there with you, so you won't behave alone. Are you watching House of Dragons at all? I got you. I'm not, but dragons are so damn cool. I wish I had more time to watch a bunch of things. Gonna try to manage my work better so I have more free time soon. Ah, I see. It's definitely difficult. Thankfully, I take Sundays off just to make sure I can catch the latest episode. Out of curiosity, what are some of your favorite shows, like anime, IRL, anything? That's a good idea. I'm currently airing shows. I've been trying to catch some with One Piece. I also try to catch Survivor when I can. I've been watching that since I was a kid with my parents, so my whole family is always so invested in every season, even nowadays. Cinder, where are you? I want to give you a big hug. I'll be at the 5 p.m. meetup. Heading down to the lobby. Okay, I'll be down in 10. Hi, Pipe. Girl, where you at? Are you okay? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm with Blank. Sorry. OMG, lol. I was so worried. Okay, have fun. Please be safe. Blank, if you need me to get you, just let me know. I'll come right away. Are you good too? Yes, I'm okay. Are you still going to the party? They took us to some party bus. Lamau. I asked Ara if she wants to come meet Silvervale with me. I was going to meet and greet myself either way. I'm at Blank if you need anything. Okay, stay safe. I love you so much too. I'm back and safe. No worry. Sorry for getting drunk and wandering. Lol, why are you apologizing? I'm sorry for losing y'all and not getting kissed. No, it's okay. Everything happened so fast. Would you like to come meet Silvervale with me at 2:30? Of course, I'll go with you. I'm just really nervous, and I think I'll remember you meeting her before. Yes, I've met her, OMG. She's so nice, don't worry. You're the best, OMG. That's you. What time do you want to meet up? Whenever you're free. Okay, I'll be free in 10. But it's okay if I post this? Would you like me to put an emoji over your face? Emoji service right now. Emojis would be great. Let me know when you want to meet. The image of us meeting Silvervale that Aru posted later that day. I did not make my own tweet about meeting Silvervale. Here was Silvervale's reply to Aru's tweet. This is so adorable. It was amazing meeting you both. K9 girls. Hell yeah. Not really, though, because Silvervale doesn't really like Cinder that much. Let me know when you want to meet. Meet us at the Gamer Soup's booth. I want to see Blank too. Then walk over to V Shoujo. On my way. Where do you want to meet? I'm in line to see Blank. Just saw Blank. On my way. Blank. If you want to still do the haunted house, we can go too. I can ask Blank if she wants to go with us too. I'm cool with that. I'm going to want to grab food first. I asked if it would be okay to bring you to Genshin party tonight too. They said it was all good. So we can do the haunted house or Genshin party. I know Blank will be going too. They said bring towel plus swimsuit if you want to use pool/hot tub. What time is the party? 8 p.m. I think I might be too tired to party tonight. Ah, okay. If you want to do anything, let me know. It's so nice hanging out with you. I love hanging out with you. OMG. How's the party? I'm on my way there. It's in a really nice area. I know Blank is there. I messaged Aru on my way home from TwitchCon if she was actually planning to ask about Silvervale about a collab together, which she did. I said, were you still thinking about messaging Silvervale because the collab was her idea? OMG, Red and I are having lunch at Gyugaku, or Jayugaku, and I'm excited. I'm so sad. I love Gyugaku. Make sure to get the chicken karage. It's so good. It was so yummy. I wish we knew about it earlier so we could have went together. I hope your flight was okay. Were you still thinking about messaging Silvervale about Wolf Girl chat? I'm not sure if she'd want to, but I'd really love to do more with you anyways. We should plan our spooky collab when we've recovered this weekend. Yes, let me message her and ask if that's okay. Yes, I agree. Let's plan something. We can wait a bit if you're still recovering, but if you had a day/time in mind, just let me know. My schedule is pretty open right now. I know I'm pooped from this weekend, but I want to do lots with you, with my friends still. It sounds like she would be down to play games together once her schedule clears up, which she's obviously just like pushing off for plausible deniability. She's not actually interested in playing. Sweet, just let me know. My schedule is pretty flexible. The screenshot of Aru's DMs with Silver that she sent me. Silver never got back to Aru about this, and Aru never brought it up to me or Silver ever again. Hi, it was amazing seeing you two. I was wondering if you'd ever be down to play. Yeah, we already read this. We already read that. Love this. It's so good, Lamau. Aru, would you be interested in playing Labyrinthine with me, Blank? It would probably be around November 11th to 13th. It's hard to pinpoint a day at this moment since Blank's is corp, so she had to get it approved, but the game looks so fun and spooky. Oh, Labyrinthine's good fun with friends. I remember it back in the day. Good times. Good times. Before things were not complicated, we'll say. Oh, man. Ooh, I would love that. Awesome. I'll keep you updated. And let me know what day/time works for you to play Mortuary Assistant when you want to make plans. Okay, I'll look through my schedule and we'll play. I'm so excited. Me too. How does the 23rd feel for Mortuary? I can do that. I'll be free all day. Hi, Aru. Would you want to reschedule for some time this week instead? Yes, please. When are you free? I have a few things planned this week, but we can work something out. Does tomorrow work for you? Ooh, yes. What time were you thinking? Maybe 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Sure. Did you still want to play Mortuary Assistant? Yes. Would you still want to? Yeah, I can be in a call with you and you can share your screen. We can stream at the same time and have our Veto Ninja links up to get our reactions. Perfect. I'm so excited to hang out and chat again. Can you send me a PNG of your model for a thumbnail? Yes. Give me like 5 minutes. Take your time. You're so cute. Ah, stop. Can I use thumbnail you make as well? I woke up so late. Ah, yes, of course. We can push it back if you need to. Cinder, how do I use Veto Ninja? You want to click add your camera to OBS. Video source should be VTube Studio Cam and hit start. It generates a link at the top and you can give it to me and I'll give you mine. Then we just add them as a browser source in OBS. Turn on the green screen and add and chroma key both of us out. Ah, okay. Also, is it possible to push it back to 2:15 p.m. my token, or my time, I guess autocorrect. So just 15 minutes. Perfect. I'll start at 2:15 and we can start playing around 2:45-ish. Sounds good. Cinder, I'm so sorry. Is it possible to push to 3:15? Yes, no worries. Just let me know when you're good. Okay, thank you. For whenever you're ready, sometimes it's mirrored on your end, so let me know if I have to flip it. Okay, I'm ready. Can I have your link? Yeah. Is there a way to make it transparent? Just switch to green screen and chroma key it out. Can I call? Sure. And then there was a call that lasted 2 hours. I had so much fun with you, Cinder. OMG. I had so much fun too. You're so nice to hang out with. Lamau, is this your ASMR? Kelv on TikTok. Yeah, I tweeted about it, Lamau. So wild. Ha ha ha. So there is October 24th, 2022. Here's the VOD of the collab Aru and I planned together. Here is November 11th, 2022. Between the messages above, Aru and I had another collab with a couple of our friends that was planned in the group chat. I asked Aru if she was okay with me getting a skeb of us together. Haha, that's so fucking funny. I hope he's okay. Hi, Aru, would you be okay with me getting a skeb of us together? I'd love to. Could you send me the references? Yes. There you go. You're so pretty. December 2nd, 2022, almost 2 months after TwitchCon, I asked Ara if she'd ever heard from Silvervale about us, about the collab. In her tweet, she admitted she never actually asked Silver about it, and neither of us brought it up after this. 2 days earlier, on November 30th, 2022, I messaged Silver on Twitter about hanging out off stream, and doing so reminded me of the collab with Aru. Yeah, okay, so we read this already, and we read all of these. No, not this one. Happy birthday, Aru. I hope you have a wonderful day with lots of cake and ice cream. Can't wait to see you. Blank. Hey, Aru. I just wanted to check in to see how you're feeling. I'm terrible. I wish there was some way I could help you feel better quicker. I love you so much. Our Skeb collab came back. I hope you like it. There's also a transparent version for you to use. I'm gonna fucking scream. I love it so much. Oh my god, let me PayPal you the half. I love this. What the fuck? I'm gonna get this framed and printed. Put it up in my room. I'm crying. I love this so much. We look so fucking cute together. I'm so happy to have art with you. I don't know why I'm blue, but it's so cute, Lamau. It's a gift. Don't worry about that. I love you so much. I love you, Cinder. I love you so much. You're so cute. I love you so much, Aru. Our goodbye was awful time, but I love being able to hang out with you again. I love you so much. We can hang out. We can meet up next event. I'll let you know what cons I'll be at next year. Maybe we'll be able to plan another fun weekend another time. Sending you so much love, Cinder. I'm sorry shitty people are vocalizing their jealousy of you. You're slaying and more successful than all of them. Everyone who sees you and knows you has nothing but wonderful things to say about you. I love you so much. Thank you so much, Aru. I love you. Cinder, my love, I'm trying to get the gang together to hang out and play games or something. Would you be down to do something like that next week or so? I miss everyone. OMG, yes, I'd love to. Moi. Once everyone messages back, I'll make a chat. Sounds pretty good to me. I had a couple of other things planned for the week, but I'll let you know exactly when I'm free, when I do. Okay, once we have a chat, can we all plan a time that works? How are you doing? Yay, I can't wait to hang out again. I've actually been doing super well lately. I hope you have been too. Cinder, my love, how are you doing? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I just miss you and hope you're doing well, Cinder. I love you so much. Don't put things in jars. Oh, also, Cinder, is it okay to post art of us together on Twitter? These ones. Yes, of course. I'm sitting on so much art I haven't tweeted yet. Okay, I'll tweet it tomorrow. I'm crying. I miss you, Cinder. This is like a month after. OMG, I love this. I miss everyone. Would you want to voice some short lines for my new debut lore video? I would love that, Cinder. There's a part in my video where I'm overcome by negative thoughts, and I figured it would be fun to get my friends involved to be the voices in my head. Kinda like hate comments. I have some examples if you want them. Ooh, I see the vision. Here's a whole list I came up with. You can choose some from here. Come up with your own. Just keep in mind I'm sending everyone I asked to participate the same list. So if you could do a few to avoid many duplicate lines, that'd be awesome. A bunch of lines here that I just don't really feel like reading. It's just a bunch of voice lines. I got you, Queen. I'll record 5, and you can choose whichever ones work best. When did you need this by? Thank you so much. No deadline, just when you can. Hello, Cinder. I don't know what's been told behind closed doors, but by Yaki. So, considering all that happened, would you still want my voice in your lore video? If you don't want to, that's okay too. I just want to make sure because it seems like everyone has an opinion on the situation. Yes, I still have to have your voice be part of it. I'm sorry, I was meaning to check up on you sooner, but I'm sure you were going through a lot and getting bombarded with DMs. I love you, and I hope you're doing okay. I don't know what the fuck the Yaki situation is. It's probably more terminally online VTuber drama if I had to take a wild guess. The debut video was absolutely incredible. The new outfit looked amazing. The animations were so fun. I love the entire vibe. You're amazing. Yes, I'd still have love to have your voice be part of it. I'm sorry, I was meaning to check up on you sooner. Yeah, okay. Yep. Cinder, would you want to do an It escape room at TwitchCon? It's this one, Escape. It escape room at Las Vegas, Nevada. And with that, that is the end of the Aru section. Alright, lads, ladies, and gentlemen, and non-binary people, we are here with the final chapter of the Cinder document. At long last, you know, we still got like 93 pages to go, but at long last, the end is nigh, thank God. This whole thing was a Goliath to tackle. So this is Spite. I believe Spite was the person that Sinder was accused of copying. I believe that's what Spite originally did. Given how many Google Docs were shared on Sinder, like, I am very convinced that a majority of what happened to Sinder was a smear campaign. Now, I'm not saying that Sinder acted perfectly in all parts of it. You know, I think she could have acted better, but it definitely is giving smear campaign vibes, and Nanolist, like, verifiably lied in pretty much more than half of her document. So, Nanolist is just not a credible source of information whatsoever. Alright. I'm sorry to Spite for the harassment she's gotten over the years for absolutely no reason other than being similar to me. I know how it feels to be called a copy or an inferior version of someone else when you know it's not true. I disliked Spite for what I thought was her copying me, and I was harassed for being similar to her too, just not nearly to the degree I was with Silvervale. I guess. Sounds like you guys have a lot of fucking parasocial fans. I never reached out to talk things out with Spite, and I should have. I'm sorry. I've never condoned or told anyone to harass any other creator, and even if I've held anything against them myself, I lied when talking about Spite in my apology. Okay, what did you lie about? I knew Red had talked to Nano about her in 2023. He had gone as far as to not work with Spite. It was not something I had anything to do with, but I was okay with it after he told me Nano agreed. I lied so I wouldn't make things worse for myself and admit to more than I was being accused of at the time, and everything was crashing down for me. I'm sorry to her for being unknowingly excluded from work with Nano because of how I felt about her. I believe Spite was contacted by Shy Lily and compelled to make her public statement about me. It made up allegations without evidence and is purely based on conjecture. She's profited off these baseless accusations since making them against me. If Spite was never shown in the screenshots of Red asking Nano not to work with her, which I feel Spite would have included in her document, then she made her statement over one screenshot of Red's DMs talking about her from May of 2023. I think we saw that earlier in the document. There's just so much to this situation that I've lost track, so it's very likely we might have seen that already. At no point have I ever stolen or copied anything from Spite. Despite Red, I've only talked about my grievances with Spite to a handful of friends. Following her Twitter is an extent Red and I have only been watching her, and I haven't cared about what she was up beyond the mid of 2023. I moved past all of this a long time ago, and I wish no ill will towards Spite. So there's all the, I guess this is our key map for the color codes. Copying Spite. The first thing I want to show is evidence that I didn't copy Spite's or outfits at any point. I mean, even if you copied Spite, right? Like, worst case scenario, let's just say you did copy Spite, right? Or you took a lot of inspiration from Spite. I don't care. Like, I really just don't care. Like, art is so similar to many different sources. There's no such thing as an original idea when it comes to music, when it comes to art, when it comes to video games, when it comes to movies, any sort of, like, creative process. There's no such thing as an original idea. Now, it's one thing if you blatantly copy someone, like, blatantly. It would be very different if you just, like, did the same design, like, I guess, I don't think verbatim would be the right word, because verbatim is, like, word for word. Like, an exact replica copy, and you didn't change anything about it, then you would have more, I guess, of a reason for people calling you out for it, I guess. And that's shitty, and that's not right. But, like, even if you, like, took some inspiration from Spite, and just to be clear, Spite's avatar, if you look at Spite's avatar, it looks so different from Cinder's. I just don't care. It's really not a big deal to me at all. December 16, 2020. My original character's design was finished. My reference sheet also describes my blue flames. Yep. Hi, at first email scared me. I thought I messed up big. XD in an email? Jeez, a professional fucking email. Fix it all, just put the files here, blank. Please note the HD files should only belong to you and the artist that will create her live 2D model. And as expected, the ones on post folder are okay to share to your social media. Would we be able to use a black silhouette of the first drawing in a YouTube video to advertise my new accounts? Yes, you can use a black silhouette to advertise. Thanks for asking. Hope you like how the final reference turned out, and enjoy your new character. And good luck with your journey. Wish you both big luck. and thanks for trusting me to create something so important. I'm truly honored. February 9th, 2021. I posted my full reference sheet on Twitter for the first time. Cool stuff. Spite made her Twitter account in May of 2021, about 3 months after my post. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, that pretty much debunks the idea, like, that you, in the realm of possibility that you copied Spite. And even if, like, again, if anyone copied each other here, like, I kind of just, like, don't care, to be honest with you. Because this entire situation really is just, like, high school drama that I guess I've really invested myself in at this point. So we might as well just see it through. June 27, 2021. I posted my PNG model that I was using to stream from June 15, 2021 until my model debut a year later on June 25th, 2022. It had alternate blue version I used sometimes too. Yep, there's that, because it's blue fire, I guess. Alright. First debut stream on June 15, 2021. My first VOD in YouTube Studio with the upload date. July 3rd, 2021. As far as I could find, this was the first time Spite ever posted her character design on Twitter. Cool. The demon design in November 16, 2021, since it's my more fantastical outfit, that this was when I first bought the idea of my demon design to Nano. The idea came from seeing Fruit's evil design, alternate design a year later in December of 2020. And I knew I wanted to have a similar outfit since then. So these are Nanolist DMs. We're going to skip past Nanolist DMs. We've already seen these. December 13, 2021. The demon design was started. Yep, there's more Nanolist DMs. Here's all the references that Sinder had to Nano. Yep, that's cool stuff. February 27, 2022. The original demon design was finished about 4 months before my original model debut on June 25th, 2022. This version of the design never became a model. Damn. Jesus Christ, dude. Can you imagine somebody dominating you in this fucking VTuber fit? It's crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. June 14, 2022. Red gave Nano the references for my summer outfit in their DMs before I even debuted my first model on June 25th, 2022. It was designed to cover my already designed bikini outfit to be safe to use on Twitch, which you can see the straps of the model's neck and hips in the images below. Cool stuff. Yep, we've already seen that. Also, is it just me? Or, like, are Cinder's, like, VTuber thighs fucking bigger in the left image than the right? Like, is it just me? Alright, I'll stop being a gooner. Jesus fuck. Alright, July 20th, 2022. Spite said she worked with her first model artist on her new outfit. There is no fire in Spite's ears in this image of her, but they were on her first model when it debuted. Okay. November 12th, 2022. I described what kind of artwork I was looking for to the artist. I asked for it to be partially grayscale, but with bright, colorful highlights and details. It's public knowledge who made this artwork, so I've chosen not to censor their name here. I think we haven't read these yet, so we can read these. Hi, ClickDraws. Sorry it's taken me so long to get back to you about this. I'd love to work on a t-shirt design. I know this is kind of short notice, but do you think it would be doable for mid-December? I can get you references tonight, and could you quote me a price for a commercial piece like this? Thank you. I'm glad to hear back from you. It's going to be a pretty tight schedule, haha. Do you have an idea for the style of your art t-shirt, like black and white, colorful sketch style, graphic art style, etc.? And yes, some references and the designs would help too. Here's a drive folder of the references for you. I included some of your work that I like along my character references. I like the idea of doing a graphic artwork art style that partially grayscale but with bright colorful highlights and details. I'd also like to include the Japanese text for Cinder in the design. My logo has it included for reference. Could you also give me a quote for a commercial piece like this? Thank you so much. Okay, I see. That's just the style I am pretty familiar with. Haha. We can probably go with some kind of fiery design for you. For the price, art would be blank, and a 1.5 times commercial price, it will be blank in total. That would be great. You can send me an invoice whenever at redacted, or at blank. Great. Okay, I'll send it to you because you don't have to pay up front because I usually take payment after it's done. Sounds good. I can't wait to see the sketch. Hi, ClickDraws. I was wondering if you had any updates for me. Yes, I was thinking about the composition as I was finishing up the previous work, and I'm almost ready to start sketching now. Awesome. Thank you so much. December 6, 2022. After receiving the first draft, I decided I wanted to try something with my blue flame coloration with a limited color palette instead. Another artist I was working with on merch art was making something with my normal orange flames. Hey Cinder, I drew the initial rough draft for your merch art. I was thinking about lots of different ideas about expressions, poses, and it came together to this poster composition. The colors are not final, and it's mostly to distinguish the colors, but each will have different theme colors. Let me know what you think so far. I think this would be a really cool composition for a poster, and I'd like to put a pin in it and work on this together if we're able to. But I don't think it really fits what I was thinking as a t-shirt design. Could we try something with my blue flame coloration with a limited color palette instead? Sure, I can get that aside now and focus on the blue theme with a single character composition. That would be great. I think I prefer the second one, but can we change the expression to look angry / tsundere? My fire gets hotter and turns blue when I get mad. I know it's early, but are you thinking on adding the text of any background elements at all? And do you think it would be possible to have the art finished before the end of the week? Thank you so much. Great choice. I was hoping you would pick that one. And yes, I will be adding more fiery effects to the background and Japanese text on the bottom, maybe like you are sitting on it. I was thinking about Angie expression too, and that does go well with this. Yes, my aim was to finish this by next week, and I should be able to do that. Also, I usually communicate on Discord, and it will be more convenient for me to send files and messages if we take this to there. My Discord ID is blank with 2 upper cases. Sounds great, just added you on Discord. Okay, on December 9th, 2022. Hi, Cinder, thank you for adding me. I will be drawing your art over the weekend and update you on your progress. Thank you so much. I'll be looking forward to it. Hi, ClickDraws. I was wondering if you had any updates for me. Hey, Cinder. I was working on it over the weekend. Then I had a great new idea, so there were lots of changes. I'm just cleaning up, and I will show it to you pretty soon. Can't wait to see it. Thank you. Okay, this is still really rough, but this is the idea. I changed the pose sketch from before a bit, so you are sitting on a flamethrower. I changed the facial expression to look more angry and about to stomp with the paw print soul. Still, a lot of these are just placeholders like the text. I got the blue shape so far. I'll be adding more detailed line art and tones as well as the color adjustments for the style. Thank you, ClickDraws. I like the direction of it. Could we make the bottom text bigger? I'd also like none of the art to get cut off by the edges of the frame to fit better as a shirt design. Could you extend the frame and edit the flames a bit? I am glad you liked it so far. Yeah, I rethought about it to look good as shirt/hoodie design and went with the generic size seen on other merch, but let me know which product you are going with. I've seen hoodies without the front pockets, which would go better with this. And yes, I will be working on everything, including the flames and text to make it finished quality. Thank you. Okay. Just letting you know I am getting close to finishing the artwork for you. I will be able to show it to you tomorrow. Hey Cinder, your merch art is finally complete now. Thank you, ClickDraws. I'd love to see it. I'm away for the weekend, so sorry if I'm slow to reply. Yeah, I know you are having a little break. Hopefully you like this one. Took a long time since I could work forever on this, but thank you for waiting. Oh my gosh, this looks incredible. Thank you so much. All right, December 17, 2022. The artwork was finished for the merch drop that launched on December 25th, 2022. The reason why a blue fire design was chosen was because my whole first merch drop was themed around my two fire colors. I suggested the limited palette because I thought it'd be a good look for the clothing it was planned for. When it was done, I recognized that the finished piece could be mistaken for Spite, and I really liked how it came out and didn't want to change it. Any major changes to the art would have delayed the entire drop too. That is perfectly reasonable, actually, to be honest with you, because, you know, you've already worked on the art, you've already gone through the effort of putting it on the merch, and doing any last minute changes just because of one person that might have a similar design, like, at that point it's not worth it. So that actually makes a lot of sense to me. Heaven Hound outfit. August 13th, 2023. I submitted my commission request design to Heaven Hound outfit to artist. Ooh. The request form was opened on August 9th, 2023. It's public knowledge to design this outfit, so I've chosen not to censor their name here. Hello. Accepting commission requests. The link below will take you to my guidelines and tell you how to submit a request. The request form will be open until Sunday. If you have any questions, leave them behind here. It's so interesting because, like, Sinder censored names earlier in this document, but it was not difficult to figure out who they were if you just clicked the link to the Twitter and then you could find out who it was anyway. So I don't know why you opted to censor their names and not this guy. Okay, whatever. All right. The design references I submitted. Here we are. Yep. Okay. August 24th, 2023 to December 29th, 2023. My DMs with the artist up until the design actually started on January 4th, 2024. Hello, Cinder. I'd like to know if you're still interested in a commission. The only thing that I have some urgent is that I have some urgent projects I need to attend to, so I won't be able to give you a specific date for when we could begin. After things clear up, we could start right away. No invoicing right now. I just like to ask you again when the time comes. Please let me know if it's okay. Sounds good to me. Hello. Hope you're enjoying the holidays. Say, are you still interested in that commission? So 4 months after. Okay. Hi, Epebe, or I don't know how to fucking say this guy's name. And yeah, I'd love to work with you still. What do you say we get to it at the beginning of January? You must be quite busy these next few days. That sounds good to me. And yes, all the time, Lamau. Lol. Well then, I'll get back to you soon, and wishing you a happy new year. Thank you. You too. Hello, Cinder. I hope you've been having a good new year so far. Regarding the outfit commission, did you have any changes since you explained your idea in that Google form? All right, January 4th, 2024. Not that I can think of right now. Sorry for the delay. Would blank be okay with you? Sounds good to me. All right, just send the invoice. Thank you. I'll get back to you soon with a few ideas. Thank you, Pibe. I do not know how to say this guy's name. I'm legitimately going to have a brain aneurysm. Hello. Here's a few initial ideas I came up with. I'm thinking of keeping the orange to maintain your identity, but also having the option for a pink colored version. What do you think? Mix and match of things you like, or suggest something if nothing really catches your eye. This is April 19, 2024. After working on it for the past few months, the base design was almost finalized. I'm really liking how it's coming out. Yeah, cool. This is nice stuff. Alright. April 29, 2024. Spite designed her Greek goddess outfit on stream. So yep, there's from Spite's document. I guess we'll read this because it is kind of important in the context of Spite. On April 29, 2024, I designed a Greek goddess outfit on stream. I am a Cerberus VTuber, so it fits my lore completely. I mentioned that I may not get a future Greek goddess outfit because it's my branding. About 4 months ago, Cinder debuted a Heaven Okami-inspired outfit that was white and gold, resembling a Greek goddess. In the background for my debut, she also included Greek columns. At this point, I felt like nothing I could come up with would even be slightly original to me. I'm aware that nothing is completely original, but I still wanted my own identity. Well, that's tough shit. You gotta get on with it. Like, Spite, that's tough shit. I feel like that's kind of a you problem, you know? You just got to be like super creative. There's like so many things you can do creatively, and you don't have to do a Greek goddess outfit, but you're like, at this point, there's nothing I could do that was original. Yeah, there is. There always is. You're just not thinking of it. It's a you problem, definitely. May 24th, 2024, the final design reference sheets were completed. The model debut almost 7 months later on December 15th, 2024. Hello, here's the full reference sheet. What do you think? I love it so much. Thank you so much for your patience with me on the design at PB. I don't remember if you already did, but if not, can you send me another invoice for all the time you spent on this? I'd love to work with you again on another design soon, or even an updated Pyro Pup reference sheet. Thank you for your hard work, and it came out amazing, and I'm so excited for it. There's more Nanolist DMs. I really don't care to read Nanolist DMs again, because we've read so many of them. August 10th, 2023, the first time Red brought up idea of the comfy gamer pajama outfit. Yep, that's Nanolist. April 20th, 2024. Hey, that's Hitler's birthday, and 420. Spite debuted her outfit that has a hoodie and side bangs. Yep. November 24th, 2024. Red asked Nano about doing a pajama outfit alongside Reese of my... This. Yep. January 23rd, 2025. Red gave our references to Nano in our project server. Cool stuff. Alright, these are all Nanolist DMs. I don't care. Alright, here's the final model design. Our outfits weren't fully shown in Spite's document. The only similarities between our outfits is the hoodies and the zipper, shorts, and hair over one eye. Cool. Spite only showed these outfits close up next to each other because when zoomed out, it's much easier to see no basis of this accusation. Here's the image that she used in her document. Tweets. Here are two instances Spite pointed out in her document when I tweeted at or around the time as her own events. The first being one of the debut teasers and another an ASMR tweet. May 15, 2022, 2 days before my teaser tweet, Red messaged me when he made the teaser image. Yep, there's these for Red. Yep, cool stuff. The eyes look angry. That's just what they look like in the dark, lol, with no other facial features. I like this one the best. Me too, it looks really cool. Your hair was always meant to glow too. Do you think it'll be better on a Friday? I don't know, Friday or Saturday. Okay, should I crop it like this for Twitter? That's fine, just so it doesn't get caught up as much. May 13, 2022. Spite tweeted about her debut happening the next day. Yep, there's this. May 14, 2022. I posted my debut teaser. I couldn't find anything that showed it posted when it did because of Spite. It was a Saturday, about a month before my planned debut day. In my apology, I said the following here. The first thing Spite mentions in her document in a debut teaser in 2022 that was apparently posted on the same day as her original debut, which I honestly don't know if it was at the time this was intentional or not. I don't know when I first discovered Spite. It could have been after she debuted. Yep, so there's that. ASMR post. Spite announced her first ASMR stream on September 24th, 2022. Alright, September 24th, 2022, I posted my Tashi and Sinder, I posted art of Tashi and Sinder on Twitter to advertise my ASMR channel I was planning to keep up with. Incredible stuff. I'd worked on a few new ASMR videos. This post was made since it had almost 2 months since my last upload. I always kept up with one video per week ASMR schedule, but since debuting as Sinder, I hadn't been. 2 months after this post, I uploaded a new video, followed by 2 more over the next couple of weeks. My tweet had nothing to do with Spites. This is one tweet I found that I know I made in spite of her. This was after 6 months of what I thought was Spite copying me and being compared to her and harassed for being similar. It was wrong and petty of me to do this. Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, okay, I paused the video and tried to look at the, thing. I mean, it just seems like you did it out of pettiness, which you admitted to here. Yeah, do better, I guess, Cinder. I don't really care. Like, Like, yeah, you made like a little petty tweet to her, like, yeah, that may be a little bit shitty, but it's like not really. I just don't care, to be honest. It's like, really, this whole thing is very stupid. It's just dumb high school drama. This whole thing. It's just like, oh, but I did a petty thing to them. Oh, but they did this to me. They did that to me, or whatever. It's just, this whole thing is just petty fucking high school drama. It's just so stupid. January 12th, 2023. On the day of her debut, I posted my blue merch artwork. Spite tweeted when she went live. Yep. Spite copying me. This is speculation. I would also like to show my point of view and why I thought Spite was copying me back in 2022 and 2023, which led to Red asking Nano not to work with her. We were the only two prominent Hellhound or Cerberus-themed VTubers at the time that this occurred. This section should be considered speculation. The same as Spite's entire document was about me. Everything presented here could have been sheer coincidence, and I don't have any evidence proving it otherwise. Before June 25th, 2022, Spite's designs, with the one on the right debuting on May 14th, 2022. Yep. June 25th, 2022, my original model debuted. Cool. Yep. July 11th, 2022. Spike came into my chat to introduce herself and gave me bits, so I knew who she was. She knew who I was. This was the first and only time she was in my chat. Here's my VOD showing this. Sinder, Hellhound Waifu, hello, great job, thank you. I'm really excited to see another Hellhound here. Bro, Doggogo Brain is the struggle. Thank you so much for the sub, OMG. Let's fight the fan. It's okay, you did great. Woot woot, cheer 1,000, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer Hoy, of course, moi, I'm doing great, and I'm excited to meet you, lol. Hell yeah, the voices. Have an amazing stream, love. I'll be lurking. Exclamation point lurk, dude. I just, like, look at Twitch culture, and I'm just, like, I just roll my fucking eyes. It's so, like, parasocial. This is, like, content creators really can be parasocial with each other. September 3rd, 2022. Spite's new model debuted. Bro, this whole situation is so stupid. Like, I don't even know why I committed to reading this entire document. This whole thing is so fucking dumb. This entire situation has just been nothing but high school drama. It's just like, oh, you stole artwork from me. Oh, you did this to me. Oh, well, there's cheating going on. Cinder cheated on somebody. Oh, no, well, there's, you decide to go to this event or whatever. Oh, you're being petty on Twitch. You wouldn't go to their stream or whatever. Dude, this whole thing, it's like, you guys are all adults and you act like high school children. It's like, COVID really did a fucking number on you guys because, like, I genuinely feel like COVID made people just stop maturing and they decided they got famous during the time of COVID and they just didn't know what to do from there afterwards. She said in her document, it was worked on in July 2022. There are no ear flames in this image. Yep. Okay. February 14, 2022. My first debut teaser, which it happened to be posted on the same day as one of her model debuts. I thought it was a day after. I guess technically it doesn't really matter that much. It was around the same time. August 29, 2022. Spite's new model debut teaser for the image above. Before and after July 25th, 2022, I had an animated version of my Hellhound running to the right as an alert on my stream. I had it on my pre-debut streams as well, but you can see it as my debut in both colors. Yep. September 7th, 2022, Spite posted animated art of her other two Cerberus heads running to the light. I thought she used this for her alerts too, but I couldn't find any clips of it to prove that. Hers also has fire in the ears, on the paws, and a brightly colored tail. Yep, there's that. And, I mean, not for nothing, but that is like, I don't know, man. Like, if Spite is going to allege that she's copying Cinder, it definitely seems like, if anything, like, Spite is copying Cinder more. Like, there's definitely some strong evidence of it. Not that I care either way. Not that I care that Spite is necessarily copying Cinder or Cinder's copying Spite. Not that I really care. But it's, like, very, it is a little bit sus. Rules for thee, but not for me. June 27, 2021. My PNG model that I was using for stream for a year from June of 2021 until my model debut of June of 2022. And its alternate blue version. Cool stuff. Alright, October 17, 2022. Spite posted artwork of her new design by her model artist. Yep. So I've been asked to show some of my e-girl goth clothes. I wasn't joking when I said that I have Spite's model outfit in my closet. The design is based off my IRL persona. No, it's not. What the fuck? Are you saying that you're like emo and goth in real life or something? Here's a thread of my... Girl, you're like terminally online. Like, you all are super terminally online if you think this is important. What do you mean IRL persona? The fuck are you talking about? What IRL life you got? January 12th, 2023. Around the same time as her new model debut, she also started using fire emoji in her name after she hadn't before. This snapshot from October 3rd, 2022 on the Wayback Machine shows her without it. Somebody actually fucking archived the stuff on Spite? That's interesting. Alright, yep. Cool. I've always had an alternate blue fire color toggle as part of my design. It was on my reference sheet and the biggest and most well-known gimmick of my original model. I used it frequently on stream. This was before editing and changing model layer colors was a built-in feature of VTube Studio. September 29, 2022, I made a post emphasizing my two fire colors. October 23rd, 2022, Spite started using an alternate red coloration of her new model, which she continued using from then on. I don't know if it was the first time she used on stream. It could have been earlier, but the earliest I could find her posting about it there. Here's a full image of her new red coloration. January 5th, 2023, I posted about my two different colored shirts, focusing on my two fire colors. January 18th, 2023, posted an image of her new outfit focusing on her blue and red colors about 2 weeks later. Cool stuff. Alright, January 23rd, 2023. Red's first conversation with Nano was about Spite was 5 days later after Spite's post above. He asked her not to work with her, and Nano gladly agreed not to. Red only told me about this after saying it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, and I was okay with it. Nano never said anything about this to me, and we've never talked about Spite again. I shared the feelings Red expressed here since he was the only other one who knew how I felt. What he said about negative comments I was getting was true. This was not included in Nano or Spite's documents at all since they didn't want anything about it, to say anything about it. I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversations with Nano about Spite to try and not make things seem worse for myself. Again, this is just another lie Sinder told because she's terrified of getting canceled, not because she did it out of maliciousness. But I accidentally alluded to it because of the mental state I was in. Yeah, definitely. Red. Sinder was upset over what we both thought was Spite copying her. I saw Spite interacting with Nano, possibly the intent of trying to work with her. I went to Nano myself to ask her not to without talking to Sinder first. That's a typo in your document. This was about one person and one artist they never worked with before who was fine to agreeing with it. As far as I know, it never actually offended Spite. I've never talked about Spite with any other artist, and I'm sorry to her that I asked of this to Nano. This was the one of 4 total times. I feel like I'm reading the same fucking document over and over again, like, because this highlighted thing that I have on screen, we've already read, like, in a previous section. And then there's more fucking Nanolist stuff, more Nanolist. Okay, more Nanolist. I'm not reading Nanolist's shit. I don't care. It's like the Nanolist stuff we've already read a million times. July 11th, 2022. Like Red said, Spite came into my chat to introduce herself and gave me bits. Yep, we already read this. Okay, September 22nd, 2022. Spite's tweet that Red refers to in his DMs with Nano. It was posted on the same day as her ASMR announcement I showed above. Yep. I want to be very clear. All three of my model designs were never based on any other characters except Cerberus himself and inspirations of goth e-girl culture. I added a lot of creativity to each and every one of my designs, and I'm proud of them. I would never strive to be a copy of anyone else. Ultimately, I'm too busy focusing on myself, loving myself, and growing as a content creator. I'm just doing my thing. My design, elements, and Nyan Tails claims. As I stated in my apology, I was very possessive and protective over my design and its details before and around the time of my first debut. My fire and its color changing effect had never been done on a VTuber before and were the most unique design aspect. I was stressed and worried I'd miss out on capitalizing on those features, first since my debut took a year and a half after my character design was finished. Spite included an image on her messages from Nyan Tails on January 25th, 2023, in her document where she talked about the incident we had over my design. Yep, and I think this is from Spite's original document. Okay. The situation she's referring to happened in September 2021, 4 years ago, and 9 months before I had debuted my first model. It was very early on in my career and the first time I had experienced someone copying me in my design. This was settled between us and we both went our separate ways afterwards. This is all I said about Nyan Tails in my apology. I was wrong about the year this happened, which goes to show my composure at the time of me writing this. My debut was June 25th, 2022, but this happened on September 10th, 2021. Okay, fine, whatever. I wasn't going to say anything about this more than I did in my apology, but Nyan Tails' own tweet about the situation had almost 500,000 views when I took this screenshot before it was deleted. I like to go over her claims about what happened. Here was the link to her tweet. Nice. Okay. This was the artwork she presented in public. It's used in her ASMR video on July 19th, 2022. Cool. All right, September 9th, 2021. Here is her original quote tweet about the character design on Wayback Machine. In her messages, despite she called this character a dog when she called it a Hellhound Girl. Hellhound Girl is finished, unsure what to name her. I mean, that is more evidence that, like, Spite probably copied Sinder. Like, that's definitely the more likely scenario of what happened here. But I'm really not shitting my pants over it because, like, art is... No idea is original in art, and I don't care. Like, I'm really not shitting my pants over it, to be honest. Here's the original artwork. It is not the art she presented in her tweet on April 26, 2025. I was upset with how similar to this was to my design, not only because of the fire in the ears. Okay. I mean, I guess. I mean, it's similar, but it's not quite the same thing. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't look at this artwork and think, oh, this is Sinder. This is... Like, I mean, yeah, you might say, like, it's kind of similar and gives me Sinder vibes, but I wouldn't look at this and be like, oh, this is the Sinder design. No. I don't know. It's just really, I just don't think it's that big of a deal, personally. And here goes my original design for comparison, taken from my reference sheet. I don't know why she didn't post the actual artwork there. Was a dispute over in her tweet other than to try to make me look worse because the video with the correct character artwork in it from January 4th, 2022 is public on her YouTube channel. This is what the design was edited to look like after we had settled things. In her tweet, she claimed I sent entire following to attack her because she made an ASMR roleplay with this Hellhound OC. I made her delete every tweet regarding after it happened, and states smaller creators like herself were just intimidated into silence. First of all, I didn't send anyone to attack her. This was long before she made an ASMR roleplay with this OC. She made her tweet and the character design was finished on September 9, 2021. Sometime after seeing Nyan Tails' tweet, Red messaged an artist, a friend of ours, for advice about it since they dealt with a similar situation in the VTuber scene recently. This was their entire conversation. Hey blank, what ended up happening with the situation about someone claiming blank their design? Blank made her statement and people saw what's up. It kind of got forgotten afterwards why. Another big voice actor just posted their new Hellhound OC. Knows and follows Tashi and followed Sinder within the past month. Just unsure what to do. Also, I like your new profile picture. Oh, wow, what the fuck? That's so damn obviously copied. What the hell? The Hellhound, glad you like it. Looks like Cinder if she just worked at a strip club, shaking my head. Right, Lamau? I looked at it and I just didn't really think that much of Cinder. Like, I could see maybe some similarities, but I looked at it and I just was like, I really am just not seeing it. Like, I don't get nearly the same vibes from Cinder as her. Like, it's just like, similar things happen in art all the time. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, I don't really, I can't be the only one that doesn't give a shit about this, right? Like, I cannot be the only one. Like, this just seems like nothing. It was after this that our friend acted on their own accord and commented on Niantail's tweet to defend me, with another couple of our friends joining in. I messaged the friend Red reached out to after they commented on the tweet. OMG blank, thank you for saying something. After seeing that, it really got me down. You're fine, girl. Copycats are everywhere. But you should definitely step up and comment, or at least DM her to tell her to change her character design because it's too close to yours. Thank you for the advice. Of course, cutie. And in a group chat with that same friend, Red, and another friend. I really appreciate you guys. I'm not the best at speaking up for myself, so thank you so much. It's fine. Don't worry about it too much. Isn't it the first, isn't the first time and won't be the last time these things happen. Yep, Sag. I never sent anyone to attack or harass her or retweet any of the posts in the replies. What I did, was like my friend's comments at, and at some point reply myself. Although I have no clue what I said back then. I messaged Niantails that same night to work things out privately, where I alleged made her delete every tweet after it happened. Hi, Nyan. I'm sorry I didn't message you before replying to your tweet. Yes, this should have been private. Emotions were high, and I acted before thinking. But I can't apologize for defending myself or my character. If it was the artist who made your Hellhound look like mine, then I can't blame you for how it came out. But knowing of me, I feel you would have been able to see the similarities of the two, especially since it ended up looking more like me than your references. Would you be willing to have your artist revise the character to differentiate her from Cinder? I'm sorry this got out of hand, and I hope we can move past this. Yes, I too think that this should have been resolved privately. This could have gone a lot differently if it had all gone down in DMs. My intention was to never copy you, and I stand by that. Yes, it looks differently from my reference, but that's because I asked for blonde hair and more pink colors. At the time, my friend asked me to do more girly characters because I do a lot of dark evil RPs and such. Yep, so there's this, the outfit that inspired it, as well as my Batgirl OC. But obviously, this character will never, ever be the main focus of my channel. She will appear in 3 audios at most, so it's really no skin off my back to make some changes if it will appease you both, to be honest. I'm not obligated to, and honestly, several people advise me not to, but I'm not going to have beef with you just because I can. It's not really worth it, so I can request my artist alter the outfit. If at the end of the day, that means we can get over this, I understand, and I'd appreciate that. Which parts specifically do you request that I change, just so there's no confusion? I'd say the most unique thing about Cinder are the flames inside the ears and the tail's design. Regardless of the outfit, that's the biggest thing. Below, I said you should be careful with what artists give back to you in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else's. And it sounds a lot worse reading it back now than I meant it back then. I asked her to only remove the artwork tweet until revisions were made, following her saying, I'll remove my tweets if you remove yours, which I agreed to. Also, could you address that this is handled? I won't ask for an apology because that's not what really matters to me, but I've done my best to convince you and others that on my end. This was purely a misunderstanding. I love giving my artists creative freedom and don't want any more of your fans attacked me for that. Yeah, I could do that. I agree this is a misunderstanding, and I do apologize for all this stupid Twitter drama. Bro, this entire situation, like, apart from this situation in a vacuum, this whole thing has just been high school drama. And thank God, like, this chapter is only, like, I think, what? We only have, like, 13 pages left? 13 pages! 13 pages! We're almost fucking done, dude. Like, we gotta see through it until the very end, and then we're done with this entire Sinder saga. We're done. Like, after this document, we're done. I don't care about anything else related to this Sinder situation. This whole thing is fucking stupid. This whole entire thing is just really dumb. Really, I do. I don't know what other artists you work with, but you should be careful with that they give back to you in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else. Would you be able to remove the art until the revisions are made? I hate confrontation. My artists are so sweet, and I hate returning stuff or asking for alterations, though I see what you mean. It's like when you get your nails done and the lady puts it on crooked. You don't want to say because you feel bad. I'll remove my tweets if you remove yours. And the only reason I ask that is because if I only remove mine, to anyone who doesn't know that we've talked, it will look like an admission of guilt. And I don't really want to have to argue with anyone else on that today. Is that semi-agreeable? I can agree to that. I just removed all my replies on my end. I'd prefer it that way, actually. Sounds good. Glad we could sort this out. I'll be sure to get your approval for the changes when my artist is done with them. Yee. Below, I pointed out that the only people that made rude comments on her post were a few of my friends, and she acknowledged I wasn't responsible for what they said. Sounds good. Glad we could talk this out. Yeah. Like I said, this character is but a small part of my channel, so alterations aren't that big of a deal. Will you still make a statement, or would you prefer it all be swept under the rug? I completely understand, and I'd appreciate that. I honestly hate getting involved with drama, but I definitely learned a valuable lesson. Thanks for reaching out and working with me on figuring this out. I can make a public statement. However, everyone that made rude comments I have connections with, and that can also be discussed privately with them if you prefer. They just saw a resemblance to my character and came rushing in so fast, and I felt like I had to stand up for myself, which was so wrong of me to do publicly. I've never had this happen before, so it caused a lot of stress on me. Well, to be completely honest, you're not responsible for your friends who said bad things about me. They're all their own people. The only thing that upset me was your fans who came up with your retweet and said bad things, then you liking those tweets. I didn't retweet anything on your post. The only thing I said, the only thing I liked was blank tweet with my reference sheet linked. Is that what you meant? I would never deliberately send people to attack someone else for me, regardless of the blanks, regardless of the situation. Well, her tweet was a response under my tweet, which in turn, whether you meant to or not, indirectly had people who followed you came and say things. But it's clear now that your intention wasn't to hurt me. Lesai has a fucking roleplay in chat. This was just a nasty situation in general. And then there's that. It was a reply to me and part of the thread. It's easy to miss, so if you didn't know that, you didn't know. We can't change that. I genuinely apologize if there were supporters of mine who commented harsh things towards you due to that reply. That was never my intention. I hope you can forgive me for all this. I got nervous seeing the resemblance and panicked thinking there were ill intentions. To be honest, I wasn't reading the other replies, but should have noticed. I can message her about the misunderstanding. Thank you. I meant we are all influencers. Our diehard fans will always become seriously protective of us when we get upset. It's a given, but nothing that can't be fixed with a statement clearing it up. Could I request to know what you say before you say it? In regards to liking, I think there was a typo. It says I'm regards, but I think that's meant to say in regards. In regards to liking the replies, I only actually have one screenies, but this is what I was referring to. Yep. There's that. Obviously, that's not the most hateful thing that was said, and it's not the end of the world, but just for reference. I would say something else. There was a misunderstanding in regards of the elements of my design being used everywhere else. We have spoken privately to clear everything up. We all make mistakes, and it's important to own up to them and learn from them. I do know blank, and I had liked them in the tweets in the heat of the moment, but quickly unliked it because I knew it wasn't in bad taste. I don't condone this behavior, and this wasn't appropriate for him to say. Jesus fucking Christ, this whole thing is so dumb. This whole thing is so worthless. What am I doing with my life reading this fucking drama? God, I just want it to be over, dude. Like, thank God, we're almost done with this entire Sinder document. We're almost done, and I just want it to be. I'm gonna just like try to get through this. I'm over this fucking thing. It's so exhausting. I mean, the ending part kind of makes it sound like you're blaming me. And to the blank thing, it's understandable. Like I said, it's not the end of the world, and your cringe isn't exactly gonna throw me into a depressive episode. I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page. I was referring to myself, actually, but I'll leave that part out if that's how it reads. Sounds good to me then, cat emoticon. So if that's all sorted now, I would say so. Thanks again for talking this out and understanding where I was coming from. Of course, I'll keep in touch with the edits. Hope we don't have any bad blood going forward due to this. I hope the same. I respect you as a fellow content creator. I just made a tweet clearing everything up. Will you be deleting your replies too? I already deleted them. Let me know if I missed any. It does look like there will be a few in the replies tab. Could you screen them for me, please? Actually, give me a second. Sure thing. Let me know if you need them. Okay, now I got them all. I deleted the ones under your post, but I didn't see the ones that replied to yours because I had already deleted yours. My bad. I appreciate it. Thank you. No problem. Hey, I know it's a hot fucking, but I just got this file sent to me 2 seconds ago. Here's the original, and here's what was sent. The artist was on break for school, but they took it longer than they would have liked, but hey. And here's what was sent. Yep, that's fine. Thanks for getting back to me. I appreciate it. Of course, I probably should have let you know altogether. Just so I didn't think I did ditch, but hey. It took a while. At least I got it. All right, there's Ninetales. Yep, there's that. Yep. Cool. Yep, and there's that. All right. Yeah, all this is fine. It's just more Ninetales stuff. Okay, cool. Whatever. Yep. So it had already been... Basically, this entire thing had already been resolved, and that's that. Okay. All right. I'm aware I did not have the exclusive right to have fire on my character design, specifically in my ears. It is the most iconic feature, but that doesn't make it my only feature. Your VTuber character design is something that represents you, and in an IP-driven world, your design is very important to your brand. When someone adds similar details to their own design, or their design looks very inspired by yours, it can feel personal, like they took parts of you for themselves. As I grew, I became much less concerned about other VTubers using fire elements like mine. I've seen many new VTubers with fire in their ears and many adding the swirl too, but fire with a swirl has always been a common trope. While it bummed me out when everything around that detail looked as if it could have been taken from me, I recognize that probably inspired a lot of people to design themselves that way. I do not and have not held it against any VTubers who have had fire on them, in their ears, have it changed, are hellhounds, or have any other design element they shared with me after moving past feelings about spite in 2023. My friends would sometimes come to me about VTubers they'd seen that they thought were copying my fire features like here, which made me feel justified in feeling bad about it. But like I wasn't alone. Nobody likes to feel like somebody is copying or ripping off something as personal as their VTuber design. Not me, not Spite, and I'm sure not Silverveil either. Girl, I thought this was you. Her inner ears are on fire too. Yeah, there's been a lot of fire canines popping up lately, specifically with ear flames. Someday. At some point, before I took the screenshot above, this friend deleted a message that I replied to, which is shown in the image. In this image, on the day these replies were sent, I don't know why they deleted it. The hour discrepancy of their screenshots was because I was at the airport in Central Standard Time at the time. Girl, I thought this was you. Her inner ears too. Oh, this is the message that's missing. Maybe someday people will learn how to be the original someday. I don't know why that was deleted. That's weird. Okay. That's a little sus that they deleted proof on their end. That's a little sus, but okay, I guess. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. This whole drama really does not matter that much. I have friends with fire on them, friends with fire in their ears, and friends with fire ears. It never bothered me to have that in common with them. Here's an example of one of the friends from March 15, 2023. No, thank you for sharing with me. You're going to look so badass. I love the blank on your blank. Thank you so much. I'm excited for it. Blank is going to do it, but blank designed it blank. And we're Flame Sisters now. Oh, true. And with another friend on April 1st, 2023. My VTuba's out. We have the matching fires. Hell yeah, it looked so good. I remember having another conversation, being happy about it with another friend for having fire ears, but I think I think it was in person last year and it wasn't in our DMs. Here was another one of our friends coming to me on December 15, 2024 about a similar design that they were planning with one of my outfits. I was excited for them. I'm so excited for you, blank. No, I'm excited for you. I just wanted to tell you because I know it feels like people copy you a lot. Blank. You just inspire a lot of people. But this is one personal thing from a bit ago. But anyway, can't wait to see you tomorrow. I know you never do that. Please don't worry. You're so sweet. All right. We've got 2 more pages. We've got the message to the Pyro Pups, and then I think we've got the looking ahead. All right, we might as well read the conclusion to this entire document. There's 2 pages left of a conclusion. Message to the Pyro Pups. To any current or former Pyro Pups, I'm so sorry to each and every one of you that I've disappointed. I can imagine what it must have been like to have somebody look up to and revealed as a monster. Girl, why are you apologizing to parasocial fans? You don't fucking owe parasocial fans anything. Why are you apologizing to fans? Fuck it, dude. Like, why you, come on. You can't cave into your parasocial fans. And your community torn apart. I made a poorly but put together statement and disappeared, leaving you all angry, confused, and lost. Many of you lost faith in me. I'm sorry I hadn't said anything sooner, but I hope now you can understand why. I'd received messages from many Pyro Pups who were hurt. Some of these people I personally knew and had met in person. It broke my heart hearing how many of them viewed me after this, but I can understand. To any Pyro Pups who choose not to support me going forward, I can accept that. Thank you for everything you've done to me over the years. I'm glad I could be your Okami Oshi for the time I was. I only ask you continue to love and support your new favorite creators the same way you did for me. No, do not take Cinder's advice. Do not be parasocial for content. Never be parasocial for any fucking content creator. You know, you will never have that feeling of being betrayed if you're never parasocial for that fucking content creator to begin with. Do not do that. Don't do that. Do not take her advice. I've also gotten messages from Pyro Pups in support of me, encouraging me to go on. To those of you who have continued to believe in me, thank you. I appreciate you keeping the fire of the community burning all this time. I've read your messages. They've given me hope that I could make it through this. You've shown me that there's something to come back to. That includes the moderators who have stuck around and managed my Discord server and the community in my absence. I can't thank enough for your help keeping everyone together. To anyone who's sent hate or harassment in support of me, you are not a Pyro Pup. You are not my fan. You are deplorable, disgusting, and I don't want anything to do with you. I never condone or encourage that behavior from anyone for any reason, and the circumstances haven't made me sacrifice my morals. That goes for anyone who does the same in this document after this document is posted. What's done is done, and regardless of what I've said in this document, it's not an excuse to harass anyone here. Leave them alone, and you will be removed from my community, or you will be removed from my community. I want to sincerely apologize again to anyone who has been affected by these people. Oh my god. It's just, I don't know. We don't need to, like, give it this energy. Like, I don't think it's that serious. We don't need to give it, like, this fucking moral grandstanding energy about your community. Like, there's only so much you can do about your fans. Like, just, like, don't give in to their parasocial behavior. And, like, obviously denounce it when, like, you should. But, like, really just, like, it's not something you need to fucking, like, virtue signal over. The Pyro Pups have been the best community I could have ever asked for, and I've been incredibly lucky to have them. They have never been just numbers to me. I love going live and talking to them for hours on end. Hanging out with them made me smile when I was upset, and they have always been there for me. They're the reason why I was ever able to do cool things I could. Not only have they shown me immense kindness for the time I've been streaming, they've done the same for each other. They have each other's backs and help each other when they can, encourage each other, and they are a positive force to anyone they interact with. Dude, I hate not for nothing. Like, I know it sounds like I'm nitpicking. I hate toxic positivity. There is so much toxic positivity in online Twitch spaces. And it's fucking, like, listen, you want to be fucking positive, that's great, but there's so much toxic positivity, and it's so easy to fucking see through. Like, I've been in a lot of, like, Twitch spaces, like, previously on my old account, and it's just, like, I could smell the toxic positivity. They're all so talented, and I'm grateful for the mass amount of fan art I've gotten from them, too. Even if they aren't supporting me anymore, or if I was no longer around, I know now that being a Pyro Pup will continue to mean much more than just being a fan of mine. They're incredibly strong, loving, and I'm very proud of them. I will always be indebted to them for everything they've done to me. Here's what Redacted says. Hey, gang, I need to apologize to y'all, too. It's my fault any of this happened in the first place. My mistake sent to Sinder into hiding and left you all questioning what to do. I'm sorry I caused all of this. I hope you could still support Sinder and the projects we create in the future. Thank you to those who have stuck around. Your support has been a big help. All right. Looking ahead, earlier this year, my world fell apart. I lost my friends, my fans, opportunities I could have only ever dreamed of. But sometimes things need to fall apart in order to rebuild them back together. I'm choosing to look on the bright side. I needed something to break me out of the cycle of working all day, every day, and adjust my lifestyle for a healthier work-life balance. This was a long overdue reminder that the friends I've made should have been the most important thing in the world to me, and I should have put more time and energy into relationships with them outside of the work we did together. They were supposed to be by my side even when I'm not Cinder anymore, and I lost sight of that in my never-ending pursuit of the next big thing. It forced me to recognize that through my own actions or inaction, I was hurting people that only ever wanted the best for me. If ever given the chance, I don't plan on making that mistake again. Despite everything that's happened, I forgive my friends. I don't hold anything against my friends who weren't involved in this. The artists I've worked with, business partners and former mods, or for anything that they did after this happened, I'm so sorry for how they were affected by this. I've had more than enough time to think everything over and over again. Obviously, the root cause of almost everything that happened was because of poor communication between Red and I, between me and my friends, and between them and me, and poor decisions made under pressure. I was under pressure from Red about his feelings about Bao that made me distance myself from her. Pressure on myself that made me choose V-Card over going to Numi's concert. And pressure from harassment and my insecurities that led to trying to cut off Silverveil from Nano's models. Red and I both had plenty of time to talk things out with people, and neither of us did. Everything that was made public could have been settled privately. This has set an awful precedent for the entirety of the VTuber community, which I feel has become more divisive and drama-filled since this happened. I've always had problems with communicating with people. I will do my best to be more open about what I'm thinking and feeling to them. I fucking burped. Jeez. Excuse me. Even if it's difficult to avoid any other situation like this from ever happening again. Red and I will have both made mistakes. We aren't perfect people, but we aren't evil either. I don't know about Red. I think Redacted is definitely not a great partner for you, Cinder, and you guys are in a toxic relationship, but I guess you see the best in him, so it's not really any of my business, I guess, but I do question your partnership with him. We're going to try and contact anyone we owe an apology to personally, even if apology to them was already in this document, and hope to move on. I don't blame the internet for being the internet, making memes at my expense, and the countless news and drama channels for farming this reviews. Fuck you! What are you talking about? I've been on your side this entire time. Why the fuck do I gotta take fucking strays from you, Cinder? Come on! Come on! Girl! Man, I fucking catch a stray at the end of the document from Cinder. All right, you know what, Cinder? Fuck you. You're guilty. That's it. You're done. You're canceled again. Get off the internet. You're done. You're done. Goodbye. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, obviously. God damn, I took a stray at the very end of the document. It's just business, and this is just another Google Docie. Why do you have to, like, say Google Docie or Arty Art or whatever? Like, why do people have to, like, sound ooh-woo cutesy when they talk about everything? Just be normal. Come on. But I didn't want to hide this, I didn't want to hide from this for the rest of my life, and I couldn't let my legacy be decided by anyone other than myself. Now, there's nothing else for me to say, and I can finally look ahead. I'm ready to return to what I love, even if it's on a smaller scale. I want to stream again. I want to create again. I want to inspire people again. I want to be someone people can look up to again. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't want parasocial fans. Come on. Stop it. You don't want, like, I certainly, like, listen, if I ever get, like, 1,000 or 2,000 subscribers or whatever, if I, like, build myself back up again, I don't want parasocial fans. I don't want people to look up to me. The fuck? I would rather... That's not the kind of audience I'd try to cultivate. I'd never try to cultivate, like, stans or parasocial people. I would never try to do that. That's not the kind of shit I want to do. I'm not trying to be, like, audience captured. I love being a VTuber, and I love being Cinder. Thank you for reading, and thank you for waiting. Oh, that's it? That is it. Oh my god! We're done! We're done! We are finally done with the entire Cinder document. Oh my god, I could say I read the entire Cinder document now. And there's video evidence of it. Oh my god, we're done. We're so fucking... Oh, okay. Alright. My final thoughts on this entire drama. This has got to be some of the most terminally online drama I think I have ever consumed. Like, ever. This is fucking so terminally online. This is all just dumb high school drama. This whole situation is just one giant fucking nothing burger. I really don't care that Cinder cheated on Redacted or whatever. Redacted is also not a very good person either for hiding shit from Cinder. I would say that's like the biggest takeaway from this is the fact that Redacted was like purposely hiding shit from Cinder, and that's just not something a partner should be doing in a relationship, and I think Cinder should reconsider that, but I digress. Nanolist lied about more than pretty much everything at this point. Bao is super inauthentic and also lied about some stuff. Shy Lily, I think, also lied about some things, and I think so many people lied and did, like, a smear campaign on Cinder, and VTubers are just so utterly fake. Like, I just, like, why would you ever, like, VTuber, like, I don't know, man, like, I gotta feel bad for fucking people that are, like, so parasocial and blinded to the fact that their favorite VTuber content creator is just not, like... They're not actually, like, there for them. Just because you're a tier 3 sub for 3 fucking years, they're not your best friend, alright? Like, shut the fuck up already. Jesus Christ. Alright, we're done. We're done. We're done with the Cinder drone. We're done with everything. We're done with Redacted. We're done with Cinder, Silvervale, Shy Lily, Bao, Nano. We're done with all of it. We're done. We are done.